Canada's carbon rebate will be in your bank once again on October 15th. Ontario families of 4 will receive $280 next week. Mr. Speaker, that's a total of $1,120 this year for Ontario and Ottawa Vanier families. The Conservatives want to let their rich friends hook while making the middle class pay the price. The Conservatives know that the middle class will pay when they take away carbon tax rebates. They'll pay when they take away affordable child care. And they'll pay the costs of climate change when the Conservatives do nothing to fight it. The facts are the facts. The middle class can't afford Conservative cuts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have the member from Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is down, interest rates are down, and our emissions are going down too. And our economy is growing, and the Canada Carbon Rebate is making life more affordable. Mr. Speaker, today the PBO released a report that clears the air for Canadians and calls out the Conservative campaign of misinformation. Big polluters pay, and more money goes back to Canadians. On October 15th, Canadians will receive their Canada Carbon Rebate, and in my home province of Ontario, a family of 4 will receive $280 every 3 months for a total of $1,120 this year. But the Conservatives would rather rip up the rebate, ignore climate change altogether, just to help out their rich oil and gas friends. But unlike Conservatives who fan the flames of conspiracies as wildfires, hurricanes and floods force Canadians from their homes, we're focused on the facts on this side, just like the facts in this report, like the facts that show that climate change is real, like the fact that most Canadians want governments to fight climate change. Our policies not only protect the environment and nature, but also ensures the people on our planet are protected into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to invite the honourable member from Timmins James Bay, please, not to take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest Liberal $400 million scandal, effectively obstructing justice. The Auditor General's findings that Liberal appointees at Sustainable Development Technology Canada gave nearly $400 million to their own companies with over 186 conflicts of interest, at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat and house themselves. The radical Environment Minister is directly involved in the scandal, as he was the former lobbyist for a board member's company, where he brought in $110 million for the company, a company the minister still owns shares in. The NDP Liberals' refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed all our work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, crime and chaos. While the NDP Liberals end the cover-up, give proof to the police so we can get accountability for corruption and Parliament can get back to work for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good news, bad news. First, the good news, Mr. Speaker. You know, 4 times every year, there's the carbon rebate that goes out, Mr. Speaker. Well, therein it lies the good news. On Tuesday, October the 15th, hundreds of dollars are going to be going to the households in Winnipeg North and so many other constituencies. Now the bad news, Mr. Speaker. There was a time in which the Conservatives actually supported putting a tax on carbon, but they flip-flopped on that, Mr. Speaker, and the leader of the far right today says that he is going to get rid of the carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. That is most unfortunate, because Canadians should be encouraged to participate in a positive way in regards to our environment, and giving the carbon rebate is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. They should flip-flop again, and let's get behind the carbon rebates.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Thank you, Speaker. Canadians are well aware that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, crime or corruption. At issue is the Auditor General's findings that the Liberal appointees to the Green Slush Fund gave nearly $400 million tax dollars to their own companies, with over 186 conflicts of interest, at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat or house themselves. Speaker, you have ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence for a criminal investigation into this latest scandal, effectively obstructing justice. The government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all of our work to address the rising costs of housing, food inflation, and the issues of crime and chaos running rampant in our streets. Time is up, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the NDP Liberals to end the cover-up and corruption and provide the documents so Parliament can get working for Canadians. Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
The honourable member from Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Carbon taxes are up, and because of this Prime Minister's taxing Canadians into poverty, their costs are way up. Thankfully, time is up on his carbon taxes. We just received further confirmation that the carbon tax does blow a huge hole in the wallet of Canadians. The government's own budget watchdog said that in Saskatchewan, the average family will be robbed of over $2,000 every single year once the Prime Minister finishes increasing the carbon tax. That's $2,000 that could be used for food, for heating, for other essentials. And all this for what? The radical socialist environment minister publicly said that his own department doesn't even track whether or not the carbon tax reduces emissions. It's clear more than ever it is time to axe the tax. Since the minister refuses to do what is right, Canadians are demanding a carbon tax election. They can take comfort in knowing that Conservatives will axe the tax once and for all.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, good news. On October 5th, day after Thanksgiving, the residents in my constituency of Davenport will be giving thanks when they look in their bank accounts and see their quarterly Canada carbon rebate amount of $280 for a family of four or $140 for individuals. Canadians expect their federal government to take ambitious action on climate change, and thanks to the Canada Carbon Rebate and our climate plan, we are now on track to reach our climate goals for the first time in Canadian history. We have reduced our emissions by 8%, and Canada's 2024 National Inventory Report shows that Canada is on track to meet our emission reduction goals for 2026 and also on track for our 2030 targets. While the Conservatives are focused on empty slogans and want to rip up the carbon rebates, our government is focused on growing our economy, bringing inflation down, and making life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
I rise today on World Mental Health Day to acknowledge a sobering reality. In any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians experiences mental health issues. Federal public safety employees who operate in a high-stress, unpredictable environment often work at great risk to their own mental health. That's why I tabled Bill C-357, an act aimed at creating presumptive mental health injury coverage for all federal public safety employees. This bill is a response to the long-standing call from the Union of Safety and Justice Employees to ensure that all federal public safety personnel have access to workers' compensation for mental health-related injuries. My bill seeks to rectify the current inequitable system that leaves federal government employees' benefits and entitlements dependent on the province in which they reside. Public safety employees work tirelessly to keep Canadians safe. It is our duty as MPs to help keep them safe as well by passing this bill. On this World Mental Health Day, let us commit to ensuring mental health supports for all. We stand with our dedicated public safety employees.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. On Friday, October 11th, we celebrate World Egg Day. Eggs are a nutritious food produced by local farmers who are exceptional both for the quality of their production and the solidarity of their chosen marketing system, namely supply management. We've been waiting since June 2023 for the Senate to pass legislation to protect this supply management, and it's about time. An egg is a tasty food that can be enjoyed in many different ways. Supply management is essential to the economic vitality of our regions and to maintaining family businesses. They go hand in hand. Can anyone explain this to the few senators who don't care? There are over 200 supply-managed producers on the Hill today from all over Canada, and they're asking the law to be respected and sanctioned. Let's show some respect for our producers The Senate must deliver, and why not early as tomorrow on World Egg Day?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. We've heard it 1,000 times before from Canadians in all walks of life, at the doors and in our communities. But today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed what we've known all along, that the carbon tax has been taking more away from Canadians than what they get back through rebates. Nova Scotians are going to be paying a whopping $1,215 more after the NDP Liberal quadruples the carbon tax. For Canadians, this makes all the difference in the world. Canadians are out there, Nova Scotians are trying to put food on the table, gas in their cars, and a roof over their head, all at a time when they're worried about putting heating fuel in their homes for winter. All 10 provinces are now opposed to the crushing carbon tax. It's time for the Prime Minister to show some courage and call a carbon tax election. Will the Prime Minister call an election today?
The honourable member from Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and today the Union of Safety and Justice Employees are here shedding light on the need for more robust mental health support for those who work to keep our communities safe. From the RCMP to correctional services workers, the USJE represents over 19,000 safety and justice employees across Canada. Like first responders, their exposure to traumatic events and graphic materials can have lasting impacts on them and their families. The pins we are wearing today are a symbol of the sacrifice and service these individuals make and the toll that their work has on their mental health. To all of the safety and justice workers across Canada, thank you for your service. We are committed to working together to ensure there are adequate supports put in place so you can continue your good work and take care of your mental health. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada has experienced a shocking rise in anti-Semitism and an increase in hate crimes of 165%. His divisive politics, where he pits one group of Canadians against another, only makes matters worse. It also doesn't help that he takes years to list terrorist groups to the list of banned organizations, allowing them to fundraise and recruit here in Canada. This one should be easy, though. The Houthis are attacking civilian ships and innocent civilians. Our allies have already banned them. So will the government do the right thing and list this group as a terrorist organization today?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we unequivocally condemn the acts we saw in Vancouver that were launched by Sami Doon. Acts like burning the flag, chanting death to Canada, acts like denying the events of October 7th and celebrating terrorism are unacceptable in this country. With respect to Sami Doon, we heard the Minister of Public Safety reference this yesterday. We've asked for an expedited review because decisions of this importance are always made on the advice of national security agencies.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
They continue to drag their feet, Mr. Speaker, but there's been another blow to the Prime Minister's carbon tax scheme. A new report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer shows yet again that Canadians are worse off under this tax. Here's what the total bill will be when the NDP Liberals finish quadrupling this tax. It'll cost people in Ontario $1,400, $1,500 in Newfoundland, and a whopping $2,000 in Saskatchewan. Canadians are already struggling with higher costs, higher groceries, and higher mortgage rates. The last thing they need is another bill from a useless carbon tax. If the government's so sure that Canadians support the tax, why not let the people decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, let me read you the first paragraph of the PBO's report. And I quote, considering only the fiscal impact of federal fuel charge, PBO estimates that average household in each of the backstop provinces in 2030-31 will see a net gain, receiving more from the Canada Carbon Rebate than the total amount they paid in federal fuel charge and related GST, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition should apologize to Canadians for misleading them all these months.
colleagues on all sides, please, I'm going to ask you to not take the floor unless the Speaker recognizes you. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
The minister might want to read the rest of the report because in the quote he cited, he focused on a very key word, only the direct costs. When you factor in all the economic costs, it costs the Canadian household $1,400. Canadians are net losers under this carbon tax scheme, and this minister knows it. So, if he's so sure that Canadians want this government to keep quadrupling the tax, why not let the people decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Let me read you another paragraph from the report, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, in 2030-31, for all backstop provinces, we estimate that the average household in each income quintile will see a net gain, except for average household in the highest income quintile, Mr. Speaker. You know what the Leader of the Opposition is doing? He wants to take money away from the middle class and poorer Canadians to protect his rich CEO friends. That's what he's doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
The minister is trying very hard to get Canadians not to understand the details. But the details are, and the facts are, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed what Canadians already know. They're being robbed by a carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of groceries, of gas, and everyday essentials. In fact, a family in Prince Edward Island will pay almost $1,200 a year when the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax. Canadians don't support the carbon tax. We know 10 provinces don't support the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The member talks about the agricultural sector. Well, let's talk about the climate impacts on the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. Droughts in 2021 resulted in 27% decline in Canada's grain production. Over the last decade, over 200 Canadian farmers have experienced cost increases and revenue loss from climate impacts, Mr. Speaker. This member and this party never talks about the impacts of climate change on farmers, on the price of food in Canada. They want to try and make us believe that climate change isn't happening. It is happening, and on this side of the House, we're here for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
The minister is either living in denial or purposely misleading Canadians, because the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report is clear. It costs Canadians more to pay the carbon tax than what they get back in rebates. But if the minister doesn't believe me, I would encourage him to read the Parliamentary Budget report. But in the essence of time, let me help out. Page 19 states Canadians are worse off paying the carbon tax, period. That is the fact. But again, if the minister is so confident that Canadians support this carbon tax, why are they so afraid to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The member points to indirect costs, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about indirect costs. Loss of revenue of $150 million in 2023 due to flooding in farmlands across this country, Mr. Speaker. The dairy farmers, egg farmers of Canada, grain growers, Canal Council all support our plan to fight climate change. It's time for the Conservative Party of Canada to come on board, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, order. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. In the Bloc Québécois, we've been asking for years for the Senate to be abolished. It's an outdated institution that is completely undemocratic. We said that it was useless, but we were wrong. It's not useless, it's actively harmful. The Senate doesn't seem to care at all about the will of the people. Senators can go against it without any or consequences. Bill C-282 has received support from all parties in this House, but 2 unelected Liberal senators are blocking it, which is undemocratic. What are the Liberals waiting for? They should bring these senators back into line. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Monsieur le Président. Once again today, I was so pleased to be at a rally supporting supply management. Today with my colleagues on the Hill. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that supply management was initiated by a Liberal government just over 50 years ago. Then we supported supply management. Today we support supply management. Being a dairy farmer in Prince Edward Island, I'm fully aware of the values of supply management, and I urge the Senate to pass Bill 282. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Supply management is an agricultural model which will protect the future of our dairy, eggs, and poultry producers. We need to protect it. We all seem to agree on that. Everyone except for Senators Beam and Harder, who seem to think that they're smarter than everyone else here in this House, smarter than farmers, and smarter than the millions of our fellow citizens who elected us. They seem to think they're hot stuff, part of the global intellectual elite. When will this government bring them back into line, these two liberal geniuses who are blocking our democracy? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my colleague knows very well that we stand with them to support our dairy, poultry, and egg producers. We support the supply managed sector. We will continue to support it. We have made that commitment. We will not be giving up market share. But can you imagine if there had been a conservative government in power when we were negotiating with President Trump at the time? Where would our supply managed system be today, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Get this, a new study recently released shows that 94% of Canadians are worried about the high cost of groceries. And with Thanksgiving coming around the corner, they're worried that greedy CEOs are going to rip them off when they go grocery shopping. Now, I get why the Conservatives voted against our plan to lower grocery prices. Their chief strategist is a chief lobbyist for none other than Loblaws. But why did the Liberals vote against making sure we lower prices for Canadians? Why did they let greedy CEOs rip off Canadians?
Once again, I'm just going to ask members, please, to keep their voices down so that the chair can hear the honourable member, and those who require translation also be able to hear the interpretation. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thought the leader of the NDP would stand up and say thank you. Thank you to the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced the most comprehensive reform on competition in Canada's history. And I want to congratulate him for this contribution, Mr. Speaker. Today we'll have less concentration, we'll have more choice, and we will stabilize price in Canada. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, you should rejoice that now in Canada we have a grocery code of conduct, Mr. Speaker, that's going to help our farmers across Canada. That's going to help our small retailers. Mr. Canada, they should thank us to fight for Canadians every day.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Galen Weston speaking.
According to the Bank of Canada, people are increasingly having to use their credit card to pay for rent and groceries. Jennifer Smith from Toronto said to Radio-Canada, "It's scary. I end up choosing to skip some credit card payments, even if it affects my credit score, if it means that I can keep my home and feed my children." That's what life is like under the Liberal government. When will the Liberals finally wake up? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think the NDP leader should apologize, because the only person who stood up to Galen Weston in this House is the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, when we asked all of the grocery CEOs to come to Ottawa to explain themselves. But I think the leader of the NDP should also be pleased, because not only have we improved the competition system in the country, we even included what he suggested, because we know that it's hard for Canadians these days. That is why every day we are fighting hard to help Canadians with grocery prices. We will help them, and we have offered food programs for you throughout the country.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 9 years, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. Canadians are fed up. Right. New PBO report, same results. Canadians pay more into the carbon tax scam than what they get back in phony rebates. An average Albertan family will pay nearly $2,000 in carbon taxes after this radical Liberal NDP government quadruples the carbon tax. That's why 10 provinces oppose the carbon tax scam. They know it's like the Prime Minister and not worth the cost. If they're so sure about this carbon tax scam, why not call a carbon tax election now so Canadians can decide to axe the tax for good?
That's right. Call it now. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone in this House and Canadians watching should take everything this finance critic says about the economy with a big grain of salt, Mr. Speaker. It is this finance critics that told us if we paused our federal taxes, people in this province could save $1,000 without telling them that they'd have to drive from the North Pole to the South Pole, Mr. Speaker, to benefit from those wonderful savings. So I think we should all be very, very careful with what he says about the economy in this House, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
We won't take any lessons from that minister who let Jasper burn because of his incompetence. I'll send him over a copy of that PBO's report with some diagrams and some pictures so maybe he can understand and flip over to page 19, table 3, that clearly shows a majority of Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back in these phony rebates. That's right. 2 million Canadians are going into a food bank in a single month. 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals because of their carbon tax scam. If they're so sure about this carbon tax scam, let's go to a carbon tax election now so Canadians can kick this costly carbon tax coalition for good.
That's it. Call it. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we all suffer when we see that there are folks in our community that are struggling. And there is more work to be done, which is exactly why on this side of the House we continue to fight for Canadians, to fight for high-quality child care, to fight for the Canada Child Benefit, to fight for the environment and the carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. But let's not kid ourselves. We know that these programs that Canadians rely on would be in danger if the Conservatives had their way.
The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed again that the carbon tax costs Canadians more than they get back in rebates. And when the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, families in Ontario will be paying more than $1,400 a year in carbon taxes. This makes everything more expensive: gas, groceries, home heating. The NDP Liberal government and their carbon tax are not worth the cost. In fact, all 10 provinces are opposed to this costly coalition's carbon tax. So will the Prime Minister give Canadians what they want and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you read the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report of today, you will see that he further confirmed once again that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more in the carbon rebate than they pay in the price on pollution. And Mr. Speaker, it was also clear from today's report that the economic cost of pollution is not being factored in. And that cost is $34 billion per year, Mr. Speaker. And that does not include the billions of dollars that disaster mitigation costs. Every time there's a disaster in this country, it costs Canadian taxpayers. We are there in order to take climate action.
Hear, hear. I invite the honourable member from Edmonton West, please, to keep his counsel until he has the floor to speak before the House. The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, once again, Liberal logic is on display and their math doesn't add up. It seems the Liberals have a hard time with basic concepts like, reality or how money works. So let me make this really simple. Table 3 on page 19 of the PBO report shows what the cost of the carbon tax is. And I can send the minister a copy. The PBO says Canadians are paying more in carbon tax and GST on top of the carbon tax than they get back in rebates. And the reality is people have less money to pay for food, fuel, and home heating. Enough is enough. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enough is enough.
300 economists have said it. The pay rich more, the rich pay more, middle class Canadians pay less. Everyone gets the same rebate. The rich pay more than they receive. Middle class Canadians receive more than they pay. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charles-le-Bourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is scoffing at your authority and the authority of this House. More than $400 million in taxpayer money was handed off to Liberal buddies, and the Prime Minister is still refusing to give evidence to the RCMP. He's obstructing justice. Canadians know very well that someone with nothing to hide would be happy to cooperate with the police. So who will have the courage to rise in this House and answer why? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the member has said is false. This government has given thousands of dollars in documents in response to this motion, and the motion was very clear. It was clearly stated that it was an abuse of the power of this place, and because of that we should refer the matter to committee. We respect police authority here, so why don't the Conservatives? The Honourable Member. So, Mr. Speaker, if I understand correctly, the Government House Leader just said that you and we are engaged in abuse of power. But I think your ruling was quite clear, and that's why Parliament's work is blocked. The Prime Minister and his government are refusing to provide documents on this $400 million taxpayer scandal. Meanwhile, there are many difficulties in Canada. People are struggling, but this government isn't doing anything because this government doesn't want to listen to your ruling. Why? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Why? Mr. Speaker, because this is not a banana republic. In Canada, it is not politicians who tell the RCMP what to do. On the contrary, it's the opposite. And in this case, the RCMP has clearly stated that it does not want these documents because it might be risky to use them and it might actually sabotage their inquiry. If these Conservatives, with their banana republic policies, were to insist on giving the documents, it might undermine the inquiry. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, this morning farmers came from all over to Ottawa, from Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, the Northwest Territories, all over the place. They all came to show their support for Bill C-282. There were also representatives of all of the parties present, the Greens, NDP, Conservatives, Liberals. They were all there to show solidarity for this Bloc Québécois bill, which has become this entire Parliament's bill. Everyone except for Mr. Harder and Mr. Beam, two appointed senators who have decided to start a crusade against our farmers. Who is going to finally bring them into line? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we completely agree with our colleague from the Bloc Québécois. We support the supply managed system. And we are asking the senators to show diligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, there were even some senators there this morning to apologize for the Senate's behavior, as they should, because there are two senators, Harder and Beam, appointed by the Prime Minister, not elected, who are sabotaging our democratic process. These two senators care more about what big lobbyists want than what Canadians at large want. So if we don't do anything about this, we'll be letting democracy be flouted under our noses. What is the government going to do to ensure that this bill, which has been adopted by a majority of members in the House of Commons, what is it going to do to get it out of the Senate? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we support the supply management system. We will enable it to continue to flourish. It's important for our regions and our economy. We have been asking the senators to act diligently. We have been asking that with great vigor because the Senate should recognize that the great majority in this House wants this bill to move forward. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Senator Beam said that he cannot study this bill about supply management because in case we hadn't heard about it, there are some wars going on right now. So he and Mr. Harder, apparently two future Nobel Peace Prize laureates, well, they're going to start by fixing the problem of war, and then perhaps they'll have time to bring their superior intelligence to the matter of supply management. These people really seem to think that they're quite something. Enough is enough. Will this government tell Mr. Harder and Mr. Beam to fall into line, and will they get Bill C-282 out of the Senate now? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government supports the supply management system. We have committed to make no further concessions. We have been clearly stating that the senators should act diligently, but these are independent senators. Québécois understands that concept. Thank you.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, today the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed once again that the carbon tax is costing Canadian families more than they're getting back in rebates. Once the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, as they intend to do, the average family in Ontario will pay an additional tax up to $1,400. Now, to Liberal elites, that might not sound like a lot of money. The Prime Minister could probably find $1,400 in between his couch cushions. But to the average Canadian family, that's quite a lot of money. So when are we going to get the carbon tax election Canadians desperately deserve?
That's a good question. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Let me read again, Mr. Speaker, from the Parliament Budget Officer's report. And I quote, the general consensus amongst economists is that explicit carbon pricing is the most effective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan to fight climate change. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan to adapt to the massive impacts of climate change that are costing Canadians tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan for the economy. The Conservative Party of Canada has nothing to say about this conversation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, you like to talk about civility and decorum. And in the interest of civility and decorum, I'd like to invite the Minister to Table 3. Table 3 on page 19 of the PBO report, which details the overall cost of the carbon tax. Maybe when the Environmental Minister actually reviews the report and Table 3 on page 19, he might agree with me and most other Canadians that we need a carbon tax election now. So will the Minister review the table, come back to us and say when we're going to get an election that Canadians deserve? Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Well, in the interest of clarity, I think Canadians would like to understand what the Conservatives plan to cut. And he talks about families in Ontario. Well, they refuse to talk about the Canada Child Benefit that puts thousands of dollars in the pockets of Canadian families every single year. They refuse to talk about childcare that saves Canadians thousands of dollars every year. And when they talk about the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, they conveniently omit the fact that Canadian families get more money back than they put in. Mr. Speaker, they want to put their hands in the pockets of Canadians and take that money away. Thank you.
Good answer.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada confirmed today what millions of Canadians already know. While the rich are getting richer, the most vulnerable are falling further and further behind. Today, Stats Canada reported that the gap between the 40% top earners and the 40% bottom earners grew by nearly 50%. They reported that the income inequity has never been higher in our country. Wow. This government has a choice. Will they continue their agenda in causing misery across our country, or will they finally call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I recently got to meet with a young mom named Madeline from my community who shared with me how important the Canada Child Benefit has been to her young family in these early days. The Conservatives have made their position very clear, Mr. Speaker. They would cut the Canada Child Benefit and leave the 4.3 million mums across this country, like Madeline, without the support that they need. That is what Conservative cuts look like, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP gets to work, the results are clear. Thanks to NDP pressure, Premier Legault backtracked on his decision to not offer dental care to Quebecers. Now, the Liberals, we remember the Prime Minister's promises: more doctors, more nurses, a better working public health care system for everyone. 9 years later, 500,000 Quebecers don't have a family doctor. Broken promises from the Liberals, and people are paying the price. When will the Liberals get to work to make sure that everyone has a family doctor? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague from the NDP from Montreal, as well as all members of the NDP, for their support for the Canada Dental Care Plan. It's made a major difference for Quebecers. There are 800,000 Quebec seniors who now have a Canada Dental Care Plan card, and 250,000 of them for the first time in many years, in many cases, have had access to affordable dental care. It's thanks to great cooperation with great results for Quebecers, even if the Conservatives claim this program doesn't exist.
Westminster Burnaby would please not take the floor unless recognized by the House. The honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canada's lawyers argued in federal court that First Nations leaders are showing a, quote, lack of maturity in their fight for clean drinking water. A lack of maturity. This language is unbelievable. It is deeply offensive, paternalistic, and discriminatory. Let's be clear, the lack of clean drinking water on reserve didn't just happen. It is the result of decades of neglect from Conservatives and Liberals towards First Nations. So will the Prime Minister apologize on behalf of his lawyers for this deeply offensive language? Will he call off his lawyers, stop fighting Shamattawa into Taskwack, and deliver clean water now?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just met with the Chief from Tatasqueyak just a few hours ago, and we talked about the importance of Bill C-61, the work that Tatasqueyak and the other communities have done on this legislation to ensure that we never go back to a time where well over 145 communities were suffering through long-term boil water advisories. That's the work that this government will continue to do in partnership with First Nations leaders. And I hope that the NDP will see that this is important legislation that needs to get through this House and that will have their full support.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is an issue that affects us all, and small businesses are not immune to the devastating effects of a changing climate. Small businesses in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, like Windfall Ecology, have been contributing to the fight against climate change through the services they provide, the Price on Pollution program, and so much more. Can the Minister of Small Business tell Canadians about the measures our government has put in place to help all small businesses as they deal with the impacts of a changing climate and the fight against it?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. As a former small business entrepreneur myself, I understand the importance of affordability, which is why our government is delivering $2.5 billion to close to 600,000 small and medium-sized enterprises by the end of the year through the Canada Carbon Rebate. And as I mentioned already, we've negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to reduce their interchange fees by up to 27%. This is real, tangible difference that's going to help small business across this country. So we're going to continue to fight climate change while supporting small businesses. And happy Small Business Month, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, in the $400 million corruption scandal, which is the Green Slush Fund, you, Mr. Speaker, ruled that the Canadian people have the absolute right to demand the unredacted production of documents be given to the police. But this government refuses Parliament's absolute authority. Parliament is the people, and the absolute authority of Parliament is like your mom checking your room after you said you cleaned it. You know, you might be able to hide one or two things, and the government may be able to think they get off the hook, but Parliament is there to inspect and clean the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a messy House. When will this government clean it?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Great job, Ryan. Speaker, as I've said, the government has handed over thousands of pages of documents. However, the big issue here that I think Canadians are concerned about is that they know politicians shouldn't be directing police.
Exactly.
And what is at issue here is the fact that this House has decided that they are judge and jury and that the police should investigate something. We have no problem with police investigations. In fact, of course, any government would respond to them. And I would expect that any government of any stripe would react the same way we are today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, the police have already opened an investigation. This is just Parliament asking for documents to be turned over. It's the ask and the absolute rule of Parliament, and this government's refusing. Just think of it like a business, right? This government forgets that in a business, they're the employee. The Canadian public are the owners. In the real world, if a business refused to, or employees refused to hand over documents or hand over anything in investigation, those employees will be fired. Mr. Speaker, is this government just waiting to be fired by the Canadian public, or will they hand over the documents?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, in the real world, police have to request warrants. They have to go through due process to get information. It's not up to parliamentarians and politicians to direct police because they have a political vendetta. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect due process, and they expect that politicians are here to protect their rights, not to get rid of their rights. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is so much Liberal corruption that Liberals are covering up their cover-up of the $400 million of corruption at the Liberal Green Slush Fund. The Speaker ruled that the NDP Liberals violated the House order to turn the Green Slush Fund documents over to the RCMP criminal investigation. Obstruction of justice is the Liberals' middle name. They refused to turn over documents in the SNC scandal, in the We Charity scandal, in the Winnipeg Lab scandal, and the foreign interference scandal. Just end the corruption cover-up and turn the documents over to the RCMP. How bad is it?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian watching right now wants parliamentarians to do their job. The job of the opposition is to hold the government to account. The job of the opposition is not to direct the police. You don't need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. How about we hear from the Commissioner of the RCMP himself, who said that, quote, there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. He went on, in a free and democratic society, this ensures that the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement. We agree with the RCMP. It's time these guys started listening to the cops.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The Liberals blacked out so much in the documents that the Prime Minister's office ran out of toner for their copiers. So apparently it's okay to turn blacked out documents that hide Liberal corruption over to the RCMP. That's not a constitutional issue, but it is a constitutional issue to remove the redactions and expose the Liberal corruption. News for this minister, the Constitution does not exist to protect Liberals from criminal investigation. So will they just stop their cover-up addiction, and hand the unedited documents over to the RCMP?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
I have some grave concerns with what the member opposite said, beginning with the fact that I assume he's actually not seen those documents, so I'm not sure what he's talking about there, because the documents have been handed over. But what's of greater concern, and it was the RCMP who said it themselves, is that the way that the Conservatives are acting would actually compromise any police investigation, because the evidence would not be considered. So what is of concern is that they're interfering in an investigation, they're interfering in police independence, and Canadians should be rightly concerned that Conservative politicians want to direct the police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Sometimes it seems like the Liberals are doing their best to be disliked. 79% of Quebecers and Canadians are calling for an increase in OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74. 79% support. You know, it's hard to be more popular than that. all seniors are asking that they stop being divided into two classes of citizens. And people of all ages are calling for this, even some of the youngest. Even the House stopped bickering for 2 minutes to call for it. The Liberals are all alone on this. Why are they so keen to deny income to 1 million Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting to hear my colleague talk about seniors aged 65 to 74 when we know that that member and her party, the Bloc Québécois, acted together with the Conservatives to oppose the lowering of the retirement age from 67 to 65. Today, they're talking about 65 years, but not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois wanted people to retire at 67. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Honestly, you have to wonder why the Liberals want a fourth mandate when their vision for the future of society seems to be to deny income to 1 million Quebec seniors. They're completely disconnected and people can see it. And we've been very clear, the Liberals have until October 29th to pass C-319 and increase pension for seniors aged 65 to 74. Time's going quickly, especially since the Senate doesn't seem to be in any hurry these days. Why is it so important for the Liberals to go to the polls over this lack of consideration for seniors? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, we could put more credibility into the words of the Sovereignist Party across the way if they hadn't openly acted aggressively to oppose hundreds and hundreds of dollars in dental care for each and every senior who needs it, not just in Quebec, but across Canada. Including, Mr. Speaker, 14,000 seniors in her own riding. Mr. Speaker, there's no coherence here. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, you decided that the NDP Liberal government violated an order of this House by refusing to provide evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into this $400 million Liberal scandal. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' refusal to provide these documents is an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. Will the Liberals stop playing hide-and-seek, provide the evidence to the police so that Parliament can do its work with transparency and get back to work for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians should be truly concerned by this because what we're seeing today and what we've seen in recent days, Mr. Speaker, is very concerning. The Conservative Party wants to direct the police, Mr. Speaker. Imagine in what state we would be if the Conservative Party, with the Conservative leader, imagine this, wanted to direct the work of the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP has been very clear. There's an important risk that the motion be seen as a way of getting around charter rights and due process. We are going to fight to preserve democracy. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing really tough times, but times have never been better for well-connected Liberal buddies. The Auditor General has shown major discrepancies at SDTC when it comes to funding small and medium-sized businesses. The noble goals of SDTC were tainted when its $1 billion budget was repurposed so that a certain few could line their pockets. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals finally give Canadians the transparency that they deserve? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, people who are watching us at home and those who are in the galleries today understand the Conservatives' games very well. The game the Conservatives are playing, Mr. Speaker, is to try to direct police in Canada. Imagine where that'll lead us, Mr. Speaker. I challenge my colleague. 87% of the businesses in clean tech in Canada got funding from SDTC, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that this is a foundation that helped small businesses across the country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the day that we let the Conservatives direct the work of the police, it would be a very concerning day for all of us. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the House is paralysed because of another Liberal corruption scandal. It must be in their DNA. $400 million, 186 conflicts of interest at a time when Canadians can barely afford to feed, heat, and house themselves. But Liberal donors continue to line their pockets, and the Liberals are continuing to protect themselves and their buddies by hiding the documents. When will the government give the police the documents that they need and get back the $400 million of taxpayers' money that's disappeared? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, what we've seen over the last few days is concerning for all Canadians. The reality of what we're seeing is that the Conservatives are now trying to direct police services in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the history of Canada, what the Conservatives are trying to do is unprecedented. On this side of the House, we act responsibly. We have already provided the documents to the police, Mr. Speaker. There's been an Auditor General investigation. Documents have been provided, but what the Conservatives are trying to do right now is put a stain on democracy and prevent this House from working in the interest of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Bonavista, Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking real action to tackle the most pressing issues facing Canadians, and this includes climate change. Canadians know that climate change is making life more difficult and more expensive. We are a government that understands that the realities of rural Canadians differ from those of Canadians living in larger urban areas. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services and FedNor please tell Canadians how our government is supporting rural and remote communities right across the country?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services and FedNor.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of FedNor and Indigenous Services Canada, I hear firsthand from rural communities hit hard by climate change. In fact, just yesterday, we heard from chiefs from Northwest Territories talk about the most severe drought they've ever seen in their lifetime. In fact, it's putting their livelihoods, their ability to gather food, their ability to get goods up and down that river at risk, Mr. Speaker. They know, and so many Canadians know, we must do more to protect the climate and each other. Conservative MPs don't care about that, though. They don't even believe in climate change. And they don't really care about affordability either. They did all they could to block the rural top-up, an extra $280 for people in the member.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the public inquiry, the Chief of Staff to the then Public Safety Minister was unwilling to explain why a CSIS warrant sat on the Minister's desk for 54 days, when, according to national security officials, such a warrant is typically signed off between 4 and 10 days. It has been reported that the subject of the warrant is a former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister. Does the minister really expect Canadians to believe that this 54-day delay had nothing to do with the partisan interests of a Liberal Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's ironic that the member opposite talks about political interest, because it was the Conservative leader, when he was the Minister of Democratic Institutions, said he wasn't going to take foreign interference seriously because it wasn't in his political interest to do so. On the other hand, on our side, this side of the House, we have taken the issues around foreign interference seriously since day one, including ensuring that we have protecting our democratic institutions, including the current study to look into Russian-based influencers operating in Canada that Conservatives want to block.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, there is no other plausible explanation for the delay. It was about Liberals protecting Liberals. The Attorney General is responsible for seeing that Cabinet upholds the independent and non-partisan principles of our justice system. His Cabinet colleague put the partisan interests of the Liberal Party ahead of the administration of justice. What does the Attorney General have to say about that?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to foreign interference, this is not a new phenomenon, but what is new to Canadians is a government that actually takes it seriously. That is precisely why we have implemented a number of measures to ensure that our democratic institutions are strengthened, to ensure that it's not at the whim of the leader of the opposition when he thinks there's some sort of political advantage to him. Mr. Speaker, we will take the issues around foreign interference, no matter where they are coming from, incredibly seriously, and not cherry pick like the Conservatives do.
Hear, hear.
The member from Cal.
Mr. Speaker, Iranian-backed Houthis shoot down civilian merchant ships. They fire missile after missile at innocent Israelis. They disrupt international trade. They traffic in violence and fear across the Middle East. These terrorists can freely operate, fundraise, and recruit in Canada. The Americans banned them in January. NDP Liberals said they'd think about it. It's been 10 months. Ban the terrorists. Protect Canadians. What's there to think about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that Conservatives want to play games with incredibly serious issues. We on this side of the House will not. What we will do, Mr. Speaker, is we will ensure that the national security agencies in this country who make regular terrorist listing determinations, that they have the resources they need to do just that. These national security organizations in Canada are constantly reviewing the terrorist listing, and the Minister of Public Safety has ensured that he is put forward for urgent review.
The Honourable Member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, it's a World Mental Health Day. This year's theme is time to prioritize mental health in the workplace. It reminds us that we need to prioritize mental health in all of our workplaces and communities right across the country. Everyone deserves to have access to mental health services that they need. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction tell this House what our government is doing to extend access to mental health services across Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for all of her advocacy on mental health. It's such an important issue to Canadians. Today is World Mental Health Day, a day to raise awareness and commit to breaking the stigma around mental health. Mental health is health, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to expanding access to mental health services for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we're taking action. While our government has solutions, the opposition only has slogans. From our government's work to creating a youth mental health fund to the 988 suicide helpline, we're taking a compassionate approach to make sure no one is left behind.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, here are today's headlines. Israeli troops opened fire on UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. Hundreds of thousands of people are trapped in northern Gaza, ordered to flee with nowhere to go. Israel is planning to shut down UNRWA, and Canada's leader of the opposition says that Israel bombing a nuclear facility would be a gift to humanity. This is crazy. This is enough. Canada needs to do everything to de-escalate, everything to build peace. We need to sanction Netanyahu, we need to have an arms embargo, and we need to recognize Palestine.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since October 7th, Canadians have been clear that they expect us to defend Israel's security and get the hostages released, ensure international rules are respected, do everything we can for civilians to be protected, and make sure that this conflict doesn't spread into a regional or international crisis. Too many innocent civilians, including children and women, have been killed in this war. The loss of innocent lives is something we have not heard Conservatives talk about in this House, and I appreciate the NDP bringing it forward. This should not be controversial, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, back in April, 6 nations of the Grand River had to close their community health centre because of worsening black mold, first detected over a year ago. And while Indigenous Services Canada has a responsibility to ensure 6 nations has a safe and accessible medical facility that meets their needs, The minister recently communicated to the community that they need to apply for funding and hope for the best. Will the minister take responsibility, commit to a follow-up meeting with Six Nations Chief Hill, and expedite a new health center?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services and Fednor.
Mr. Speaker, I will always commit to working with First Nations leaders on their infrastructure priorities. As the member opposite knows, there is a $380 billion gap in infrastructure left after generation of neglect of First Nations communities. But we have increased spending on First Nations infrastructure priorities by 1,800%, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to continue to do that work. We're going to continue to be there as partners, as communities build up the infrastructure they need for today and tomorrow.
And so brings to an end of a question period. I recognize the honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, who is rising to give the weekly question.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise on behalf of the official opposition for an important part that all look forward to on Thursday afternoon. That is the Thursday question. I think many Canadians are watching this. It's been 2 weeks today since your ruling that the Liberal government has been found in contempt of Parliament for refusing to turn over all documents pertaining to the $400 million Green Slush Fund. They have grinded Parliament to a halt by refusing to adhere to the will of Parliament and to your ruling. So we are watching with interest as they project the calendar for the next several sitting days, although we have a recess next week. Canadians want to know, perhaps in the last couple of hours, the Liberals have come to the sense and realized that they should provide and agree to provide the RCMP with full, unredacted access of all documents as ordered by Parliament so we can get back to business. Have they finally agreed to get back to work and get the RCMP the information they deserve to have?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again. You'll remember at this time last week, I stood in this place and listed the following business for the upcoming week, specifically Bills C-71, C-Justice, C-63 on online harms, and the Ways and Means motion related to capital gains. I'm sorry to say that all we have seen this week is more conservative procedural games. I can only imagine because they don't want to debate this important legislation because they're opposed to it for Canadians. And again, for a second week in a row, they have offered nothing constructive and instead have focused on bringing dysfunction to this chamber. And as I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, the government is supportive of your ruling and the Conservative motion, actually, to refer the privilege matter to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. But why can't they take yes for an answer, Mr. Speaker? They are effectively spinning their own obstruction because they don't want this matter to be referred to committee. And the funniest part about it is not only did they amend their own motion, but today they amended their own amendment. So they are trying really, really hard to avoid that this goes to committee for further study. And perhaps it's because what they will hear is expert after expert talking about the egregious abuse of power being displayed by the official opposition, their interference in police work, their obstruction of police investigation, and the fact that this is a complete disregard for democracy and the rights of Canadian citizens. They clearly don't want to debate government legislation. All they want to do is serve themselves and their own partisan interest. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be here to work for Canadians, and let me take this opportunity, as I know Canadian families are going into this weekend, to be together, to give thanks for what they have, to wish all members in this House, as well as all Canadians, a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members who are using their earpieces will have to readjust their volume accordingly.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
privilege, resuming consideration of a motion respecting a failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Calgary Centre. Before I interrupted him, he has 12 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock.
Perhaps I misspoke there. I thought that I had a 10-minute speak, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm splitting my time with one of my colleagues here, but perhaps not. So I'll speak on for 12 minutes here, unless I'm reminded otherwise. But I've gone through a very extensive illustration of exactly how the corruption that has been part of this government since I've been in this government, since I've been in this Parliament for 6 years now. I guess it's 5 years, but at the end of the term here it'll be 6 years. But we've gone through AdScam. We've got, well, that was the previous Paul Martin government that fell for that, and recognize it fell over a $4 million scandal. Now, $4 million is a heck of a lot than a $400 million scandal. But the government fell in 2004, almost 20 years ago, over a $4 million scandal, where it was proven that the government had actually given money to companies where money was being funneled back to the Liberal Party. So giving money to insiders, and the Gomery Commission at the end of the day proved that that money, a lot of that money ended back up in the Liberal Party's hands. It was atrocious. Canadians punished the government for that and sent them packing, and sent in a new government in 2006 for good reason. Long in the tooth and effectively paying a lot of money to their friends. Now, the Gomery Commission obviously found enough information on $4 million worth of government graft, if you will, corruption, that it acted. It acted accordingly to the way it should have. But I've spoken about this, and I've spoken about the various other scandals that have happened in this government. SNC-Lavalin, we've talked about that. That was in 2018. And what that did was effectively tarnish Canada's reputation on the international stage, because one of our, at the time, I think our largest engineering company was involved in corporate corruption around the world. That means that a lot of Canadian companies weren't able to bid on international contracts. That's a huge cost to the country. If you think about how many Canadian companies could not participate in international bids from international organizations because of one bad apple that was in the pockets of this Liberal government. And how do I know that? I know that because at the end of the day, you had the Prime Minister more or less throwing one of his ministers completely under the bus in order to get what he wanted as a deferred agreement with SNC-Lavalin, and getting the Attorney General to acquiesce to that, which was completely and deemed to be and ruled to be corrupt. Should never have happened. The Winnipeg Labs, well, we know what happened in the Winnipeg Labs. The government ended up calling an election rather than facing the consequences in front of this House of an order to produce the documents that were from the leaks from the Winnipeg Lab. Incidentally, that was in 2021 when the civil servant was at this bar in this House, Mr. Speaker, effectively saying, you know, I've got some privilege where I don't have to provide this. And your predecessor, Mr. Speaker, was ordering him. The government, what they did is they took your predecessor to court in order not to produce those documents. That's never been done before in Canadian history, where the government takes the Speaker, the representative of this Parliament, to court, weaponizing, legally weaponizing against this Parliament. Parliament is supreme. The government isn't supreme. This government answers to Parliament. This is our role here as elected officials, to oversee the government, not to just do what the government says. And you've been very good at that, Mr. Speaker, as far as making sure they're held to account. And I applaud your order here, getting them to actually produce these documents. Winnipeg Labs was one thing. Incidentally, I wanted to point out, 2024, the government actually produced 600 pages of documents regarding the leaks at the Winnipeg Biology Lab. 3 years later than they were asked for by this Parliament. But I want to really expose the lengths the government went to avoid that. They called an election. They called an election in order to dissolve Parliament so they wouldn't have to disclose what had happened and what they were complicit in allowing to happen at one of the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. It was scandalous that they got away with this. We Charity, of course, I've gone into it in detail, but We Charity was once again senior members of the government working hand in hand with their friends, money going back and forth about who's getting paid for what.
Wow.
Lots of money going back to the Liberal pockets' hands. It was scandalous, and I will say as corrupt as anything I've seen in this government. And luckily we exposed that. And I recall it was one of my first years in Parliament, and I recall bringing some of my skill set to the fore at that point in time, because I was actually looking at their financial statements and looking at one year versus the other years and looking at it and saying, these are not right. And actually looking at at that point in time as a charity that was actually hiding some information. An in-out scam, if there's ever was one. Arrive scam, we've gone through that in detail as well. Arrive scam was a lot of money going to two people working in the basement of their homes, money being shoveled out the door. Canadians know all about it. Again, we had him at the bar here in Parliament. We had somebody actually answering to parliamentarians about what was going on in his company and how he more or less used a lot of influence with his Liberal friends and his government friends in order to get a whole bunch of money shoveled into his bank accounts. This is corruption. This is lack of oversight. And I know that my colleagues on the other side of the House, the government side of the House, they're going, well, that's just incompetence from the government's part. Nothing to do with us here. It's just the government being incompetent. Don't tell us to be accountable. Government is supposed to be accountable. Absolutely. Every one of these ministers is supposed to be accountable for the departments. And the thing that was quite clear in the ruling that the Auditor General had here when they looked at the Green Slush Fund, which we're addressing here today, Mr. Speaker, was that the Minister of Industry did not oversee the contracts with the conflicted Liberal insiders at all. And I want everybody to address that here in the House of Commons. Sure. The Minister of Industry didn't oversee those contracts at all. And think about what I call the Minister of writing checks, because that's all he does. He thinks he's there to just bring in business to Canada and write billions of dollars worth of checks to all kinds of industries, many of which are long shot gambles, but this is the Canadian taxpayers' money that he's throwing out there without any accountability whatsoever. Not just accountability for the money, but accountability for the contracts, accountability for the people involved, accountability to make sure that we're getting value for money, even if the contract is a terrible contract. Does it measure up? The Minister of Industry is clearly not being accountable for that, and should be held to account in this House at the soonest possibility, Mr. Speaker. These are hundreds. This one here, let's get to the point. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars funneled to Liberals and Liberal friends through the Green Slush Fund. And all of a sudden, we're asking for those documents. The Auditor General has found some malfeasance there. The documents come back, and they're completely redacted. As my friend, the member for South Shore St. Margaret said, he could have run out of toner in the Prime Minister's office. There was so much black ink on that page. But I've spoken of various scandals here, hundreds of millions of dollars. We've spoken about a number of these issues. But let me ask this question. Is this criminal? Well, we don't know yet. We're trying to get these unredacted documents into the hands of the police so the police can determine if there are criminal charges to be laid here. And we're being held up by this government. 3 years, like the Winnipeg Microbiology Lab, you're going to hold it up for 3 years to try and just shovel it under the rug. Nothing happened here. Well, 3 years down the road, well, something happened, but don't worry about it. It was so long ago, we don't need to worry about it anymore. That's not the way this Parliament works. We're asking for these documents. We're Parliament. We're asking these documents to be unredacted and provided to us so we can oversee these and make sure there's accountability built into them. But I'm going to ask this question as well. If this is criminal, is what's happening in this House right now a cover-up of criminality? So I'm asking the people on that side of the House, the people on the government benches, is this a cover-up of criminality? And if so, once it's determined that this is criminal, what do you think the complicity in this is going to be looked at from the Canadian public, but also from the police. We tried to hide this evidence from Parliament, who legitimately and legally asked for this, and we decided, the government says, that we're not going to provide it in a first iteration since Confederation, where this government has repeatedly provided not enough information to this Parliament. COVID changed a lot, I admit, in this country. It wasn't supposed to change democracy or the way we handle democracy in this House of Commons. We are supposed to practice democracy as if this House of Commons holds the government accountable for their actions, especially their actions in spending Canadian taxpayer money. I have heard the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, talk about the Charter. This is nonsense. The Charter was not designed, there's no foresight at all, to have the Charter interrupt Parliament's role in holding the government to account. That is completely made up. It is a fabrication and should not be entertained here at all. And if any official at the Department of Justice is putting that forward as an argument, put that name forward, because that person should be disbarred very quickly here and should not be practicing law in Canada, let alone for Her Majesty's government. This is a ruse in order not to be accountable to this Parliament. This government needs to be accountable to this Parliament. Our job here, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, is to hold this government accountable, and it is doing its best to obfuscate, confuse, and try not to provide the information that's required for us to do our job here as His Majesty's loyal opposition. Mr. Speaker, I beseech you, can you please enforce this as much as you can, as you have done to this point in time. Continue to hold these people to account as we are here today. Continue to enforce your rules as the representative of Parliament, making sure that the rules in this House are upheld and this government is held to account for its abuse of taxpayer funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to my friend's speech, and I'm wondering if he saw the letter from the RCMP. I saw it for the first time today. I'm not sure when it comes, but as someone who covered criminal court for many years as a journalist, I have a lot of sympathy for the RCMP, who are saying even if they get these documents, which they don't want, they wouldn't be able to use them in a court of law because it doesn't follow the proper chain of evidence. And at the very end of the letter, let me quote, he says, the RCMP is operationally independent, strictly adheres to the principle of police independence. In a free and democratic society, this ensures the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement. I'm wondering what the honourable member has to say in response to the RCMP.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
There's a couple things the member said in that question. Number one, she saw that document today and it's been commented on for 2 weeks here, and I wonder why she hasn't looked at it sooner. But we are not the government. We are not the government. We are Parliament. They are the government. The government is the front bench over on that side of the House. That front bench is not supposed to direct the RCMP. Our role as Parliament is to hold the government to account. We are asking the government, and we've asked it, and you've ruled on it, Mr. Speaker, they need to provide those documents to the RCMP for them to determine exactly what has gone wrong here and if it is criminal. I don't know why the member on the other side doesn't see that chain of events for them to see the evidence and them to determine if there's a criminal act that occurred in there and for them to investigate that at that point in time. The first step in that process is what we do here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to ask a question from my colleague. I remember a time in this country when there was something called the sponsorship scandal that really rocked the political world. And actually, that's the event that made me a conservative. It was a seminal event for a lot of young conservatives. At the time, all opposition parties were united to ensure that we could fend off this massive corruption scandal coming from the Liberal Party of Canada that eventually would bring down the government. I want to ask my colleague whether he thinks that unity amongst the opposition parties will be able to hold well into the future and into the coming weeks so that we can ensure ourselves that we retain the right of Parliament unobstructed to obtain documents on behalf of Canadians so that we can get to the truth, and that we don't see the government use both the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a shield to defend their own corruption.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague very much for the question. I did have reference to the sponsorship scandal in my speech, and I had to cut a couple pages of out to fit within the time allotted. But he's exactly right. It coalesced Canadians on how their government was actually working, and there weren't checks and balances on money going out the door from the Liberal government of the time and back in the back door of political contributions. It was obscene. It was absolutely obscene. From 1996 to 2004, there was a Gomery Commission that actually looked at how all that money was backdoored into the Liberal Party, money given to Liberal friends, backdoored into the Liberal Party. It was an awful demonstration of how a democratic country should run itself. And that government got thrown out. For $4 million at the end is the amount found by the Gomery Commission, as opposed to $400 million. Now, I appreciate inflation, but inflation over 20 years is not 100 times the scandal that happened in that year. This is something that we have to make sure we're holding the government accountable and make sure the public sees that we are doing our job and that the government is actually doing providing some transparency, some accountability for its actions. Thank you very much.
The Honourable for Abitibi James EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with speeches that have been going on for days, it looks like we're going to be stuck here forever. Liberals and Conservatives are pointing the finger at each other and have been for days now. The STDC scandal represents a lack of control over public funds, waste, meddling, a scathing indictment of the federal system. The government needs to do the responsible thing and also allow the legislature to do its job. If you were in the government as Conservatives, what would you do to avoid something like this happening again?
Centre.
That's a very good question. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. So thank you, Madam Speaker. If we form government, we will work with all stakeholders to ensure that all government spending is transparent and accountable to the Canadian public. We need to shine a light on secret government information. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually disappointed in the response the member gave to my colleague. I think it's illegitimate. I've been in opposition for over 20 years. And to try to say because you're in opposition, you have supreme power, and to use that as a beating tool over constitution or charter rights, I think is shameful. The RCMP are very, very clear in terms of the game that the Conservative Party of Canada is playing. And I quote from the letter, "There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections." This is not the government or the Liberal Party saying this. Madam Speaker, this is the RCMP institution, the commissioner. And then to say, well, it's not a charter issue, and try to downplay that issue is disgraceful. Why won't the Conservative Party stop playing the game and realize that this is something that is serious and stop the filibuster and allow the issue to go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee so we can start dealing with issues that Canadians are concerned about, not the games, the political games that the Conservative Party of Canada wants to play at a great expense to Canadians.
Member for Calgary Centre, order.
I responding to my colleague again, and I know that sometimes I irritate him in this respect. The issue is that we're not holding up Parliament, Madam Speaker. You know that. The order was for them to provide the documents to Parliament unredacted, and they refuse to do so. And the Speaker said that we're not going to deal with any other business of the House until this is finally dealt with. So we are awaiting those documents. Please provide those documents, and we will love to get back to doing the work of Parliament and getting some relief for Canadians that this government has stressed so badly in this process. I'm looking forward to those documents and getting back to work for Canadians.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period, the government gave answers stating that we can't provide the documents to the police, the RCMP, because the RCMP hasn't issued a warrant. But the only thing we are asking for is to provide some potential evidence. We're not trying to tell the RCMP how to do things. We're simply providing them with some potential evidence, and then the RCMP can do what it wants with them. The government also spoke about the division of powers. Well, look, we're not giving orders to the RCMP, nor do we want to. The division of powers is essential in any democracy. Here's my question. How is it that the government is not... how is it that the government doesn't realize this, unless they're creating some smokescreen as part of their refusal to hand over unredacted documents? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you very much. To my colleague, I absolutely share her opinion. I believe it is indeed a government smokescreen. The government is certainly not telling the truth as they seek to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. I don't understand why they want to get away from a parliamentary order, because Parliament is essential to Canadian democracy. So I would say, please give the information to Parliament so we can hand it over to the RCMP. That is something very important in the role played by the opposition in the House of Commons. It's something vital. I would like to thank my colleague again for the question.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a delight to see you in the chair. I was hoping that you would be the chair occupant during my intervention on this particular issue, because you and I share something in common, Madam Speaker. Maybe in my case, it was my formative years. I went to school, obviously, on the South Shore of Montreal. I grew up in Brossard. I believe you are the member for that region as well. You will know my elementary school, Harold Napper, that many people went there, including one of your predecessors, whose wife was the director of the school. And I went there. But also, something we share in common is we both survived the 1995 referendum, and you lived through the sponsorship scandal. And so that's where I want to begin, because those events, the 1995 referendum, the sponsorship scandal, made me a conservative. It convinced me that the Liberal Party of Canada was corrupt and would be infinitely corrupt into the future. And I remember the table talk with my parents, my friends, people that I knew, and that became kind of the common accepted wisdom that the Liberal Party of Canada would always be corrupt and there was no way to save them. And I find myself now in this chamber here, privileged from the people in the riding of Calgary Shepherd who have sent me here to speak on their behalf, and it's happening all over again. This time, instead of the acronym being the sponsorship scandal, the Scandale des Commandites, like they said it in French, it is now the SDTC, or in French, le TDTC scandal. In this case, it's 8 times larger than the sponsorship scandal was. We're talking about up to close to $400 million that was corruptly awarded to friends of the Liberal Party. $400 million. Taxpayers work incredibly hard to earn a living in this country, to then pay their taxes, to then see it awarded corruptly. So there are 2 parts to my intervention today. The first part is to talk about the Speaker's ruling on this matter, and the second part is the contents of those documents that has led us to this moment, and on why the Liberal Party, the governing party, is blocking the work of Parliament. It's not allowing us to proceed, because this could all end if they would just release all the unredacted documents to the parliamentary law clerk. It ends right there. We trust the law clerk. in this situation, am fine with the RCMP looking at the documents. They have a statement they've put out. If they find nothing of value in the documents, the matter ends there. It's quite simple. There's no reason to hyperventilate and make up judicial opinions on the floor of the House of Commons, make up arguments on why the Charter or the Constitution shields the Liberal Party of Canada from having documents in its possession, in the government's possession, being released so we can see how bad is the corruption. The Auditor General has already said there was corruption. The Auditor General has already ruled on this, and the Speaker has ruled as well. And this House ordered these documents to be produced June 10th in a vote that was 174 to 148. No individual member of Parliament has the absolute right to obtain any document that he or she wants, but as a House, as a group of parliamentarians, a majority here represents a majority of the Canadian public, a majority of Canadian taxpayers. And the Canadians have been defrauded close to 400 million, 390 million exactly is the numbers in question. So on the Speaker's ruling, it said there, in some instances, only partial disclosures were made, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents. That means entire documents were not provided. It goes on to say, in other instances, the House order was met with a complete refusal. Now, the Government of Canada, all of these cabinet ministers, every single department does not have the right to refuse an order of this House. The Speaker goes on to say whether it is wise to do so, not wise to do so, is beyond the point. The House has an absolute right to government documents because this place, the majority of members of Parliament, approved the spending. The government exists because Parliament approves the spending. So we own these documents. These are ours. So when we request for them, when we call for them, when we demand them to be given to the law clerks, they have to give them to us. We want them. We're not saying give us all the documents across all of the government of Canada. We're saying specific to the SDTC, the Green Slush Fund scandal, to give us the documents. And the Liberals have basically continued blocking the work of Parliament because they refused to give them. There were documents in the early interventions that led to the Speaker's ruling. The member for Windsor West spoke. He argued that the order for the production of documents should be respected. The New Democrats were right, absolutely right in that. A Bloc member of Parliament from La Prairie contended that the government may well have reasons not to meet its obligations, but that the privileges of the House are well established and that the order was clear. And it was very clear to all of us when we voted on it. The time for debate was then. And at the time, the government House leaders should have made the arguments that are being made now by different Liberal Party members of Parliament and parliamentary secretaries, but they didn't make those arguments because I went through the record, and those are not the arguments that they were making. In the House procedures, the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, the third edition confirms again that the procedural and constitutional understanding, and starts at page 985, is well understood by all of us. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers. And the reason for that is simple. We own those papers on behalf of the people of Canada. That's who we're doing this work on behalf of. They have a right to see the documents. They have a right to see the documents sent to the law clerk and then given to the RCMP. And the RCMP can do whatever they want with it. The order of the House doesn't tell them what to do. It doesn't tell them what they should go and where the documents should be used or how they should be distributed within the RCMP. It is entirely up to them. Going back to the Speaker's ruling again, he said, the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. He goes on further. He stated in the debates at page 2043, referring to Speaker Milliken's ruling from April 2010, procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents. I do not understand why the government keeps insisting that Speaker Milliken was wrong. And I'll say this, Speaker Milliken, I think we can all agree, in the modern history of our Parliament, is probably the best Speaker we've ever had. Like, I will say that if you go through his rulings, wise Speaker indeed. And I'll say also, was a member of my political formation, still a wise speaker, still a man I think many of us would lean on when it comes to procedures of the House. So I cannot believe that the government of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, is rejecting his own words that were said in this House on the production of documents. So on going beyond the House of Commons powers, which has been an argument the government House leader made, again the Speaker said, and he said with respect, that these concerns ought to have been raised prior to the motion's passage, to its adoption. The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has clearly not been fully complied with. The Chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established. So he's basically said that the government is in contempt of an order of the House, in contempt of Parliament. It's simple. This all ends when they give all the documents to the law clerk. We're not saying give it to the official opposition leader. Don't give it to me. Give it to the law clerk of the House of Commons, appointed by the government. Like, it's very simple. Just give it to that person who will see the documents unredacted and then will transfer it to the RCMP. There is no great complications here. I think one of my favorite lines that I've heard in debate is when someone breaks into your house, do you call the police or do you call a committee? I call the police. Those are the people I will go to when I have a problem. There's no committee that can fix a problem someone's breaking in. There's almost $400 million at stake here from Canadian taxpayers. Canadian taxpayers were bilked out of this. And it's not that this is like a recent thing, Madam Speaker. It's not that this is something that just kind of came about and it was discovered later on. This started in 2017. SDTC has existed since 2001 and spent almost 16 years with a clean bill of health from the Auditor General. And then certain Liberal cabinet ministers began appointing their friends, and they appointed more of their friends. And those friends saw friends as companies that needed money. And they went to the taxpayer, and they fleeced them. And then everything came apart, and then we had this bizarre kabuki theater where the minister abolished the fund, rolled it into somewhere else and said, it's all good, we're moving on, it's such a terrible shame all this money went missing, $390 million of which. And now we should talk about, $1 billion per year was spent and there was no problems whatsoever, but then they just couldn't help themselves when they reached into the pockets of the taxpayer and gave their friends. So let's look at exactly what happened with SDTC. So it's the Auditor General's report that found that there were hundreds of millions of dollars that were not just misspent, but they were corruptly awarded to the companies, sometimes of board members making the decision at the board. You had 82% of the funding transactions approved by the board during a 5-year sample by the Auditor General were found to have conflicts of interest. 82% had a conflict of interest. I cannot imagine an instructor, a professor, a teacher out there who's teaching corporate ethics who would look at that and be like, that's okay, we should just roll things under the rug and just move on. Mistakes were made, not so bad. And this was an Auditor General 5-year sample. She did not even have the opportunity to look at all of the cases of all of the awarding of money. In the Auditor General's own report, she found that the same board approved $15 in projects that they were not authorized to do so, because the SDTC is the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. It was meant to fund green energy projects. And $59 million was approved to go to nothing related to the fund, so illegally given up. And I would hope that we will all agree that $59 million is a big sum of money. It's a huge sum of money. And the taxpayers have a right to know, where did the money go? Why were these decisions made? There were people on the board who were awarding each other's companies cash. That is an obvious conflict of interest. And there were Government of Canada officials who sat through those board meetings. So how could the minister claim that he could not have known about it? How is it possible that there are no documents out there that are worthy of giving over to the law clerks and then give to the RCMP for it to be determined and investigated how exactly these decisions were made? These were completely in contravention of the Conflict of Interest laws of Canada, the Public Office Holders Rules, and the SDTC's own act. I would think when you appoint people to a board that they would read the act that governs their behavior, but obviously that didn't happen in this case. 405 transactions, 126 were the sample, 186 of those 226 leads to 82%, over $300 million corruptly given out. Now, the fund had $832 million that was given out at the time. And, you know, there are individuals specifically involved who are on the board that were involved with a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital. The member for South Shore St. Margaret's brought this up. But, Madam Speaker, do you know who was the lobbyist for a few years for Cycle Capital? Why? He was the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change before he became Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. And then at that time, he was a paid lobbyist, so he had to register. That's how we know this is all public information. He lobbied for them. And when he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current Minister of Environment, that company got $111 million. Well, that's so fortunate for them. How lucky are they? There are documents over there which would then show which meetings were held, what documents were exchanged, what's talked about. There would be, I'm sure, diary notes from public servants in those meetings and how decisions were being made and what was being said. There's actually, in the Lobbying Act, I see here 25 times in the year before he was elected. That is quite surprising. I mean, I wonder when he became the nominated candidate for the Liberal Party of Canada. Others who have participated in this were told at different points that actually some projects were rejected because they did not meet the funding requirements. And they were told, actually in emails, because they were released by the whistleblower, by others at parliamentary committees, they were told, quote, they would help her find money from other government departments. And pretty soon after that, the former board chair's center, named after her, got $12 million from ACOA and the ISET program. So even in some situations where it was quite obvious that for conflict of interest reasons, a program could not get money, money wasn't given out through another fund. So 9 directors, according to the Auditor General, accounted for the 186 conflicts. 9 directors, 9 individuals appointed by the government, appointed by the cabinet to sit on this board and make decisions. And they made decisions. The sponsorship scandal, Madam Speaker, was around $40 million, as I remember it. And I'm sure with inflation adjustment, that's actually a bigger number now. But $40 million is still a lot of money. It's still an incredible amount of money for the taxpayer. We're talking close to $400 million in this particular case, a much, much bigger sum. So the minister said back in June that there would be new transparency rules or new transparency measures that would be introduced. And now the Liberal government is giving out money again. Not a single bit of that information is being made available anywhere on the new website. STTC used to put out a quarterly report on every single company. And the new fund, whatever has been rolled into, it doesn't do that anymore. It's silent, it's hidden. There's no more information being given out. We're supposed to believe that it was only those 9 directors that were directly appointed by the government. You know, in 2017, the government went out of its way. It replaced the board chair because he was inconvenient and appointed their own person into that particular role. And that person participated in some of that conflict of interest decisions, sometimes to give even her own company some of the taxpayers' own dollars when they shouldn't have at all. So this goes on and on and on and on. And like previous members have said and others have mentioned in this House, this is not the first time that the Government of Canada, that the Liberal Cabinet, is refusing to disclose documents. Winnipeg Labs, they actually took the Speaker to court to stop the release of detailed documents from the Winnipeg National Microbiology Lab. And it's gone through 2 parliamentary committees now to try to extract those documents. They even called an election to avoid having to release the documents. There was the SNC-Lavalin scandal, which the Prime Minister claimed on live television during a press conference that there was nothing to see here and nothing was going on. And that proved to be untrue as well. There was the We Charity scandal, foreign interference campaigns. And again, in every single situation, at first the government refused to release the documents. Madam Speaker, as I often do, I have a Yiddish proverb because I feel this whole situation is like a bridge, but I want to read it into the record in its original Yiddish. I'm going to practice. Sein Wort soll sein a Brick, Volt in amoyer gehat, arit bertstrungain. And the translation for the interpreters is, if he, the government's word were a bridge, I'd be afraid to cross it. If we are to believe the government's argument right now, that for charter reasons, for constitutional reasons, they can't release the full documents that the Speaker has ordered released based on the all the MPs, and they're making a bridge out of it, I would not cross it. I would tell every single person in my riding of Calgary Shepherd, you cannot trust their words. If they've built that bridge out of the words of Madam Speaker, you cannot trust it. It is old Yiddish wisdom, and it applies right here. This all ends when they release all of the documents. It is really that simple. And then we can get back to the normal work of this House. There's actually, I believe, another point of privilege that's coming up after this involving another Randy, and other Randy, I'm told, that also has corruptly done things. And so we're also trying to figure out what is there. In anticipation of a question I am very likely to get, I do want to remind the other side of 2 times the Prime Minister has commented about criminal charges being laid, about the RCMP laying criminal charges. One is from February 2018, said the Prime Minister said, the police investigation of Vice Admiral Mark Norman inevitably lead to, quote, court processes. And then in another article on May 12, 2019, he said, he told reporters at a press conference that Norman's case will likely end up before the courts. That's a quote. And then he goes on in a 2018 town hall, he said that the case would inevitably lead to court processes. That's about criminal court charges in that case. They ran through the mud a senior, decorated vice chief of defense staff to suit their own goals, and now they claim to us that for reasons they can't tell the RCMP what to do when they've done it themselves, and now they can't do it. I don't believe them. Don't walk across that bridge. Give us the documents.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, if the Conservative Party would stop playing the game to try to get political points and put Canadians ahead of their Conservative Party and the Canadian interests, maybe we might be able to see some progress in terms of dealing with this silliness of what we constantly hear from member after member. They continue to ignore the fact, and this is why I'm appealing to the member opposite. He'll be a wonderful president at Proc. But to be able to say that as a Conservative member, you are not, or the member is not, Madam Speaker, going to listen to the advice of the Commissioner of the RCMP and the advice of the Auditor General of Canada is highly irresponsible, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. These are independent institutions. Why should Canadians believe the politically motivated games that we're seeing on the floor of the House of Commons in Ottawa, as opposed to listen to what the institutions of our RCMP and Auditor General are saying? Why does he believe he has more credibility than them on this issue?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to remind the member that he calls these organizations so independent, but it was that government that invoked the Emergencies Act that ordered police forces across Canada what to do and how to do it, removing the role of justices in issuing search warrants and warrants of any type. That's what the Emergencies Act did. They did that. When it came to the Auditor General, very early in their term, when the Auditor General asked for more money to do more audits, they refused to give the money. In fact, I remember a letter coming from a certain Liberal MP telling them that they were wrong and they should keep funding that office. Those were decisions they made. They have no problems interfering in the work of officers of Parliament or the police forces when it suits their corporate interests.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We Charity, Arrive Can, SDTC, Mackenzie, and other consultants. There's something in common. The delegation of responsibilities to implement a support program or learning program, or for a framework for applications, for training managers, for collecting and analyzing data, collecting and analyzing and improving practices, and more. So I'm wondering, and perhaps my honourable colleague has an element of an answer for me, is a scandal because They refuse to manage and plan, and a refusal to be accountable from the government. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for the question, of course. I think it's the second option, the refusal to listen to the House, where the majority of members voted for these documents to be provided to the House so that they can be provided to the RCMP. It's very simple. Even the Speaker decided that, yes, the government is wrong, hasn't provided all of the documents. We've all seen it. It's nothing new with this government. The sponsorship scandal was version 1, I would say, in my lifetime at least, version 1 by the Liberal government of Canada, where corruption was normal at the time. And today it's with SDTC. Of course, I agree with the member, but in this case, I think it's the second option. It's about accountability. This government refuses to listen to the House and to Canadians.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention in his speech today. It was a really important one because I think it speaks to two things. One, the incredible support of this House to demand important documents related to financial accountability of this place. But I think New Democrats are also deeply concerned with the issue of ensuring that we have consistency across government. When we see the Conservatives in power or the Liberals in power, it seems that they both only care about financial accountability when they're opposing or trying to get more or additional political points. I have documents here, Madam Speaker, that relate to Ms. Verturen, the political appointee that the member is speaking about. She donated to the Conservatives for the last since 2017. It's earlier, 2013. She donated thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. Will the member reject donations from Ms. Verturen, the person who is chair, who was found in conflict of interest? Will the Conservative Party stop donations from the person that they're accusing as being a Liberal insider and, as a matter of fact, is donating to their party thousands of dollars?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know this person, this Annette Verturen. She's definitely never donated to me. I know every single one of my donors particularly. I would hope that the New Democrats stay on course with us. I think that is the one part where we opposition parties agree, that we are not here to defend Liberal corruption. That is the one thing that through the decades all parties have agreed, that we are here to stand against the corruption of the Liberal Party of Canada, that we will unite together to ensure that taxpayers and Canadians get the documents, get the truth that they deserve, and that we protect them from those who wish to pick their pockets every single day.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, for the last few days, I've been hearing the Liberals constantly asking to send this matter to Proc. And so I just want Canadians to know what would happen if the matter was referred to Proc based on what we've seen in the previous scandals, and that is that the NDP and the Liberals would filibuster to continue to block the production of documents. Can my honourable colleague comment on what he thinks about that?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
I hope it never comes to having to do a filibuster anywhere at any committee. It's, as I jokingly say with colleagues, the filibuster is my favorite F word in this place. And particularly at Proc, I have actually been at Proc as a regular member, as a substitute member. I've testified before Proc as well. I hope it doesn't come to that, because in this particular case, all that a filibuster would do and delays would do at a committee would be to give more time to the Liberal Party to find a way out of its current predicament. All for the release of the documents, not to the Conservative Party, not to the official opposition, but to the law clerk. I think it's a very reasonable thing to ask, to release it to somebody who has no political affiliations, no past political preferences that's been expressed publicly. I've seen this done at committee before. The documents be produced, and we do it through the law clerk's office. When there are these worries from the government, from the cabinet, that it could be used directly for a partisan purpose. Sometimes there are thousands or tens of thousands of documents, and it's perfectly reasonable. And then they can be passed on to the RCMP in this particular case, and the RCMP can determine what it wants to do. All that a committee would do at this point, if the threat comes about that they would then begin delays called a filibuster, will be just to give themselves more time, potentially with an election that would then end all the procedures of the House, all the processes of the House, and would not be able to get to those documents to hand them to the RCMP, which I think is much more critical. And then the RCMP can do with it what they wish.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I'm actually very much looking forward to actually getting to the bottom of this. And we have legislation before this House that has been stalled. And member, if we could come to an agreement and have this sent to PROC, I'm actually looking forward to studying it.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad that the member is here. It's another member I share something in common with. Actually, in her case, one of my alma maters is Concordia University that we share. I just moved out west right after graduation, and I think there's some time apart on our graduation year. It took me a long time to finish my bachelor's degree, I'll jokingly say. But in this particular case, there's an easy way for this to end and get to committee. Like I mentioned twice during my intervention, is she can go to any member of the government and just convince them to release all of the documents, not just the redacted pieces, but like I quoted from the Speaker's ruling, some documents were completely withheld. Just table the documents with the law clerk, everybody gets to see them, they get passed on to the RCMP, and this ends, and we can continue on with the business of the people of Canada.
A very, very brief question from the honourable member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I spoke about this issue before. The member is accusing Ms. Verchuren, who is the person in conflict of interest who awarded her own company millions of dollars. She also happens at the same time to be donating money to the Conservative Party. How can they square the circle of the accusation that the member is making that they are a Liberal partisan, when the truth is they're actually a Liberal and Conservative partisan? She's been donating to the party as early as 2013 and just recently the last tax year.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
It's simple, Madam Speaker. I don't care who you donate to. If you steal from Canadian taxpayers, you deserve to be in front of a court, and the judges can decide.
Any debate, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It is always a wonderful opportunity and a true privilege to stand in the House of Commons and represent my amazing riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. Okay, so here we are. Here we are, and what are we doing today in the House of Commons? You know, I often think the folks at home watching must feel like they're just watching an episode of Young and the Restless. You know, in the 3 years since I've been elected, they could turn on Parleview or CPAC, turn it off for a couple months, a year even, turn it back on, and here we are, still talking about incompetence and corruption, a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, division in our country that has never reached this level in my lifetime of 45 years. So what's happened here in the House of Commons is Parliament has basically been brought to a halt because the Liberals are refusing to turn over documents that the Conservatives are demanding they do. Well, what are these documents and what are we talking about? It's called the Green Slush Fund. So it's based on a Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC is what you will hear the acronym used for in this. So this is a green slush fund, and what it is it's supposed to be for companies to apply to this fund. It's $1 billion fund to invest in green technologies or green businesses. So what does that mean? Well, a whistleblower came before committee, and I think this is a really important piece of this discussion. Many bureaucrats, many people have to go to work, and maybe they're privy to some very important information. And at the end of the day, and our job is really no different, you have to put your head down on the pillow and be comfortable with your moral compass of what you're actually doing. Well, the bureaucrats underneath this fund, underneath this Prime Minister, couldn't do that any longer. And so they came forward to committee, and they are called what's called a whistleblower. And they said, there is serious corruption happening. And I'm going to read you some of the testimony that was put forward. These are quotes. I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality. Another quote, I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they are not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. Another quote, again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation and they find something, or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should have to leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's there. Another quote, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within this organization. So the documents we're demanding that be handed over, and the Speaker has ruled in favour of this, the opposition parties alongside of us, everyone except the Liberals have agreed to what we've asked for. These are documents that outline what has happened and what corruption has happened. This is critical. Why? Because it is your money, not you, Madam Speaker, but the people watching at home. The government doesn't have any money. It has taxpayers' money. And there should be a pretty strong understanding and agreement that whomever is in government is not abusing that money, wasting that money, or giving it to their friends and family for them to get rich and not actually doing any work. So it's a very simple ask. And you know, I want to read a couple things into the record here. But I think what I would really ask people at home to think about, this is a lot of procedural conversation about parliamentary privilege and this and that. But the question you need to ask yourself is, why do these documents exist in the first place? Why would we have a government in power that would have not just misused, but corruption, and what's the word I want to use? It's not, they have given taxpayer money to their friends and family. Why are we even having that discussion? That is the biggest question I would have. And if somebody was innocent and they're truly here to represent people and they were elected to actually ensure transparency and accountability, they would say, oh my gosh, here, let's hand these unredacted documents over to ensure accountability and transparency. Why do these documents exist in the first place? What are they hiding? How did we get here? How did we get to this level of corruption that hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars have gone to nothing to improve our life, in fact, make it significantly worse? That is the question that needs to be asked today. So the Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister has turned the Sustainable Development Technology Canada SDTC fund into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. And in this report specifically, the Auditor General found that 58 million of 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. 58 million. Sounds a lot like the Arrive Scam app number, doesn't it? 334 million over 186 cases to projects in which the board members had a conflict of interest. And the Auditor General didn't even do all 400. So can you imagine how many more there are. Well, let's not imagine. Let's get the documents and let's see.
Hear, hear.
The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister's Industry, the Minister of Industry, can't say names in the House of Commons, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to the Liberal insiders. So this is obviously very, very serious, what we're dealing with. And, you know, I think it's important to go back to how did we even get here. I want to read you a quote, Madam Speaker, into the record. And I want you to guess at home, who do you think said it? Here we go. Political leadership is about raising the bar on openness and transparency. As a member of Parliament, as a leadership candidate, and now as leader of my party, I have taken every opportunity to raise the bar when it comes to openness and accountability. As leader of my party, I made raising the bar on transparency and openness my first major policy announcement so that Canadians can better hold their leaders accountable. For me, transparency isn't a slogan or a tactic, it's a way of doing business. I trust Canadians, I value their opinions, and now that I've heard them, I'm going to act. June 2013. Any guesses who said that? Any guesses? Anyone? The Prime Minister himself. Oh, how the tides have turned. And I want to read you another one, because they're just so good. They're just so good. I'm just going to keep going here. Get your popcorn, folks, because we're here for a while. I think we're going to have to embark on a completely different style of government. We could interpret that a lot of ways, couldn't we? He said, a government that both accepts its responsibilities to be open and transparent, but also a population that doesn't mind lifting the veil to see how sausages are made. That there is a dual responsibility in changing towards more open and transparent functioning that really will go to a deep shift in how government operates. Any guesses who said that? Anyone? Oh, same guy. Prime Minister, April 2015. Oh, another quote from April 2015. Once I looked at the trend lines in democracy, the empowering of citizens and activists, I know that the government of the future is going to be very, very different than the governments of the past. Well, it sure is different, Madam Speaker. It sure is different. Because since I've been here, it is another day, another scandal. I have never seen the country in the state that it is in. And for anyone asking, you know, they'll say, why do you have to be so hard on the Prime Minister? Why do you have to do that? Because opposition's role is to ensure that the government is doing the best for the people of Canada. It is to bring balance to this place. That Prime Minister has shown he is incapable of balance. That Prime Minister has shown that it is rules for thee, but not for me. And I want to go through the list of scandals. Again, grab your popcorn, because there's a lot of them. The McKinsey scandal. The Auditor General of Canada report criticizes that the Prime Minister government for awarding $200 million in contracts to McKinsey without proper guidelines. 90% of contracts were awarded without clear justification, with many lacking defined purposes or outcomes. In some cases, the Canada Border Services Agencies altered requirements to allow McKinsey to qualify. 70% of contracts were sole-sourced with no explanation for bypassing competitive processes. McKinsey operated without necessary security clearances in 13 out of 17 contracts. The firm's past failures include involvement in the Canada Infrastructure Bank and contributing to the opioid crisis that has killed 42,000 Canadians since 2015, Madam Speaker. in which they paid $600 million in damages. Then we have the trip to Jamaica. The MP's, the Prime Minister's $84,000 holiday vacation in Jamaica, a gift from family friends. Rules for thee, but not for me. Then we went to Montana. He went to Montana there for $228,000, not including the salaries of the RCMP officers. Okay, we're not done yet. Another trip to Jamaica in April. That one was $162,000. And who can forget Arrive scam? I know my friend here from Brantford Branch sure doesn't forget that one, where we had to bring forward a government agency, GC Strategies. Anybody know what GC stands for? Government of Canada. $60 million that went to a company that doesn't even exist, that two guys were able to build in a weekend for under, what was it? $250,000. Taxpayer money. And you want to know why the cost of living is out of control? Madam Speaker, we do not have a revenue problem in this country. We have a Prime Minister with a spending and corruption problem in this country. Let's not forget about the $6,000 a night hotel room where he bussed into song at the Queen's funeral. Or who could ever forget the We Charity? The Prime Minister announced We Charity would manage $912 million Canada Student Service, the $912 million Canada Student Service grant, and the Ethics Commissioner initiated an investigation on July 3rd, 2020 into that decision. But probably my most favorite scandal that stands today and really speaks to the character of what you're dealing with and the sort of rot that we've seen in this country is SNC-Lavalin. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner Mario Dion investigated allegations that the Prime Minister's office pressured former Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould regarding SNC-Lavalin. Raybould resigned from Cabinet and Principal Secretary Gerald Butts denied the claims before resigning. Jane Philpott also resigned in protest. In August 2019, the Commissioner found that the Trudeau and his officials had breached ethics rules. Had breached ethics rules by attempting to undermine federal prosecutors' decisions. SNC-Lavalin has been charged with fraud and corruption in connection with payments of nearly $48 million to public officials in Libya under Muammar Gaddafi's government and allegations it defrauded Libyan organization of an estimated $130 million. Two Liberal ministers, female, might I add, took the fall for that one. That's another one of these classic things. I can't wait to see who's going to take the fall for these documents, because they will be turned over, because we're not going to stop. Let's have that honest conversation. These unredacted documents, it is... Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, to put this into context, if somebody from CRA phoned you and said, we think you violated tax law, we need you to hand over documents, and you said no, what would happen? What would happen? Would they just leave you and say, oh, okay, no problem? Or say you handed them over documents, but you blacked out everything that was important that they wanted to know. Would they be okay with that? Oh, so the general public has to follow every single rule that the government imposes on them while they tax them into poverty. But the government and this Prime Minister, no, not us. We're not responsible for following any rules. And you know, this mentality bleeds down into the entire front rows and benches, but not into society. We have a societal blister in this country of a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency. It bleeds into our public safety when criminals have no consequences and crime is rampant, because it's all over the place. And then the erosion of trust in institutions Madam Speaker. When you erode trust, you create chaos because there is no relationship. It is the most detrimental thing you can do. And the people do not trust the government, nor should they. I'm not even done reading half of the scandals. And he's only been in power for 9 years. You know, the other important piece to talk about this is the green slush fund, and in itself, what it truly is. So, give me a minute here. I've got to find a piece of paper that I'm looking for that I can't. Oh, I don't have it on me. Okay. So, we found out today, oh shoot, I'm going to try and find it, that the PBO has now said that the carbon tax, just as Conservatives have been saying from day one, is just this big scam. It's driving up the cost of everything. Canadians are paying more out than they are getting back. And the PBO confirmed this yet again. You know, you have truckers who testify in committee that are saying they're paying $20,000 in carbon tax. What do you think is going to happen to the cost of food? Why do you think we have housing that has doubled under this Prime Minister? That is what I would like to know. Because this green, environmental friendly initiative that they stand on all the time, and they tout that they're the most environmentally friendly, they're the most environmentally conscious party, is all a facade. It's pandering. It's pandering. That carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. You literally had the Minister of Mental Health stand up in this House and say that we wanted the planet to burn, only to later find out that the Minister of Environment prevented 50 firefighters, 20 fire trucks from fighting the fire in Jasper while it burned.
Shameful.
That is the gist of what we're talking about. Madam Speaker, I see you're giving me time to wrap up. Is that correct? I want to end with this. The undercurrent of all of these issues, the undercurrent of all of this is, you know, I used to worry, how are we going to money work? Well, I just found you $400 million. This government wastes money. We will make life more affordable for Canadians. We will restore hope, and we will make housing, food, and groceries affordable again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in response to this production order, the Commissioner of the RCMP wrote in a letter to MPs, "In a free and democratic society, this ensures that the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement." It's incredible that the RCMP Commission letter is at stake here. My family fled a communist dictatorship 40 years ago where politicians directed police to attack and go after their residents of that country. Why do the Conservatives feel so comfortable undermining the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? That's the fundamental question that is at stake in this debate, in this House, in this day.
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious when that member wants to freeze Canadians' bank accounts. I think that would be a great question to him when he wants to talk about violating Charter of Rights and invoking the strongest measure ever used in this House by that party when it was absolutely absurd. There wasn't a truck on that road when that Prime Minister kept that Emergencies Act in place. This is absurd, and everyone knows it. You know, I wanted to read what somebody wrote to me. As a Canadian tax, this is from Erin Enns, who just wrote on my Facebook. She's watching this debate, and this is what she has to say to the Liberals and to that member opposite. As a Canadian taxpayer, what gives you, the Liberal government, the right to spend our hard-earned money on frivolous things and not feel like you should divulge where specifically it went? Where do you get off feeling like you don't work for the Canadian people, yet we pay your salary?
Here.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to repeat the question from my Liberal colleague. Does my colleague believe that there's any issue, any charter issue in this order to produce documents?
Thank you so much for that question, and I love that question because I absolutely do not think that. This is public information. The government is a public organization. These are public documents. These is public taxpayer money. There is zero reason why these documents, unredacted, should not be handed over to the Canadian people and Parliament. It makes no sense to even have that argument. I said it at the beginning of my speech.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's the first time I've been able to debate this member since the summer, and I want to sincerely thank her for her courage and her allyship to the 2S LGBTQI community when she stood in solidarity with a very terrible and violent act of burning a pride flag in her community. And I want to just thank that member sincerely for doing that. I know how much courage that takes, and it really means a lot to me personally. I do want to, in addition to that comment, refer to an issue that I mentioned to her colleague related to Conservative donations. Part of the argument that's been made over the last few days is that the Conservatives are saying that this is a Liberal insider. And as much as I agree, I'd also suggest that she's equally, Ms. Verturen, that is, who was the chair of SDTC, and she gave herself millions of dollars. Throughout her entire time as the chair of SDTC, she donated the max amounts to the Conservative Party in addition to the Liberals. And so it would be more fair to suggest that she's a Liberal and Conservative insider. Wouldn't she agree?
For Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, and thank you for the nice comments. You know what? I actually don't care who you donate to. What I care about is that taxpayer money is being used for corruption. And that is the job of this place, is to ensure that's happening. That's why we were elected. If we want to restore transparency and accountability, then we have to shine light on what's happening. And if we don't, then we can't fix it. So let's figure this out. Let's get the documents. Let's get Parliament working again. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member says she doesn't care. Well, you know, it's interesting. The chairperson was an advisor to Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, the Minister of Finance Jim Flaherty, all of which were Conservatives, and as we know, a great donor to the Conservative Party. Yet Conservative after Conservative after Conservative, dozens of them, stand up and call her a Liberal insider. It's all about the spreading of misinformation, Madam Speaker. Just like the member opposite won't answer the question directly. The RCMP and the Auditor General of Canada have said that this is in essence, that this is a game for the Conservative Party that is playing that is dangerous because it is borderline dealing with issues that offend the Charter of Rights and due process. But the Conservatives, they just stand back and ignore it. It's irresponsible, the Conservative opposition today. Why will they not do the honourable thing and at least listen to what the RCMP and the Auditor General are saying on this political game that the Conservatives are playing?
Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Do the honourable thing. That's pretty funny coming from that side of the House. Listen, we are not telling the RCMP to do a thing. We are telling the Liberals to hand over these unredacted documents. That is what we are doing.
Your words.
That is exactly what we are doing.
Your words.
And I will remind the member opposite that the Charter of Rights is not in place to protect the government from the people. It is in place to protect the people from the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Swan River and Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great intervention, by the way, from my colleague. Just kind of clarify the record. The Auditor General found the SDTC awarded $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that at times could not prove an environmental benefit or development of green technology, $334 million of over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without guaranteeing that terms and conditions were met. I wonder if just as a review, I wonder what their people on Facebook are saying? What are our constituents saying? What are Canadians saying? And how outraged are they about this findings?
The honourable member for Peterborough Court.
You know, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that, because he has been a true warrior in the fight of exposing this massive corruption. He is incredible. If you guys want to give that, I can't say his name, Dan. You're riding.
Nipoa.
What is it?
Dauphin, Swan River,
Dauphin, Swan River, Niboa. He's an amazing member of Parliament, let me tell you. He exposed so much of this corruption day in and day out, and that's really what this is about. And I think to answer his question, you know, I just think if anybody, and I would strongly encourage my members opposite to go knock on doors, because people are genuinely exhausted. They are genuinely frustrated. They are genuinely hurting, and they have lost hope, and they have lost trust, and they want to restore hope. They want to restore affordability. And I just want to end by saying what I was trying to say earlier. I used to worry how we would fix all of this, how we would find money to invest in this. The biggest thing that hurts when you misappropriate funds, and especially in corruption, is social programming. It's social programming. And we've never seen people struggle more than they do right now. People who used to volunteer at food banks are now accessing them. And today is World Mental Awareness Day, Mental Illness Day, and I just want to take a moment to recognize everybody struggling. Hope is coming, and hope is the glue that allows you to go on when you think you can't. And restoring affordability for Canadians is the best, most powerful thing we can do as a government to ensure that people can afford their homes, their houses, and their groceries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague again for her speech. And I just want to give her an opportunity to speak directly to Canadians, as she has been doing in her speech, when they're considering voting for the Conservative Party versus the Liberal Party versus New Democrats. It's only ever our country's been governed by just the Liberals and the Conservatives, and the Conservatives have found themselves throughout the course of time in history in very similar circumstances that this government has, whether it was Mike Duffy in during the Harper era, or there was this huge amount of money, just bags of money handed over to individuals, and then they were found they were found to be in contempt of the public spending laws. What did she say to Canadians, and have the Conservative Party learned more about financial accountability considering their past?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the only way forward is to actually have sensible economic policies that has checks and balances in place. This green slush fund is a perfect example of money that is taken and thrown to the wind, but not only to the wind, but to people who have no right to it. It is a violation of ethics.
Order. Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Centre, infrastructure, the honourable member for Bow River, carbon pricing, the honourable member for Durham, mental health and addictions. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just like my colleague just spoke about, and she asked the question for those watching out there today, many have heard about what is this green slush fund and why are we here today? Well, the Liberal government is obstructing justice by refusing to turn over documents to the RCMP showing that Liberal appointed managers used the Green Slush Fund to pay nearly $400 million to companies that don't. And, I will say that there's so much scandal with this particular NDP Liberal government that it's hard to keep track, and you just get desensitized to it. Even we do in this place. There's so much of it. As my colleague mentioned, too, she didn't even get through the full list of the scandals. But I think why you're here today is that you out there, you deserve transparency and a full investigation into this scandal. This is a big one. It's $400 million as it stands, and further investigation needs to happen. And I think what we also need to highlight is while the NDP Liberals have their carbon tax and they're bleeding money from Canadians to pay into these their carbon tax schemes, this is where the money's going. So while people are literally turning down their thermostat or buying the noodles for $1 a package at the grocery store just to survive, these guys are filling their friends' pockets with literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And I will say one additional point here. In relation to Northern BC, I was in this house, Rosa, a few weeks ago and talked about how we've just lost 2 mills in the area. And why have we lost those 2 mills? Because the costs are so exorbitant just to get timber now that some of these companies have said, look, we can't afford to do it anymore. A direct attribution to the carbon tax and its costs. So I'm going to talk about the basics, then I'm going to get into it. It's going to take some time, but I think the folks out there want a deeper dive and want to know a little bit more. So what are the basics of the scandal? At least $390 million has gone to Liberal insiders, and this is what the Liberals are trying to hide, obviously. That is why they are opposing this production order for documents to be turned over to the RCMP. Obviously, it's better to cover it up, but we've seen their examples where they do it all the time. That is why the Prime Minister's personal department, PCO, defied the order of the House to produce these documents and ordered departments to redact all sensitive information. So, you know, and this is a delay tactic, right? Okay, we want the documents, but here I'm going to give you some black sheets of paper, and it's supposed to pacify us in this place, but we had some pretty sharp members that caught it and were standing up to say, sorry, won't cut it. But really, how bad is it? And this is from my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's, who's done yeoman's work on this. This is a quote. He gave me permission to use his information. They say that a governor and council appointment, a person appointed by government entrusted to oversee taxpayer money, right, is not to personally profit from their work on a committee as a GIC appointment, government appointment, and neither is their family. And that's pretty obvious. We call it a conflict of interest in this place. We all know the rules. And man, these folks, they didn't just break the rules, but they did it in abundance. And again, what rules were set up before when we were in government, these NDP Liberals are pushing the boundaries of any limits that were set for any of us in this place. So this is what happened. In a 5-year period where there were 405 transactions approved by the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Board, the Auditor General sampled 226, so only half of them, and found that 186 of those 226 transactions were conflicted. Like, you know, it's not just one. One would be bad enough, but 186. Right? That is the 82%, and that is, again, the 330 million, as my colleague had said. So those numbers they're massive, but they're still a little bit unclear. It gets vague when you get past the $100 million mark. Like, what does that actually mean? But let's talk about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act, to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. And it did some good work. Prior to these guys forming government and some of their ministers getting involved, it was actually doing okay. SDTC is a federally funded nonprofit that is supposed to approve and disperse over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. Executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts of over $330 million of funds. In 2019, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains began appointing conflicted executive members to the board of SDTC, and I'm going to get into what some of those members have done. I'm going to keep going, though, quickly. I got lots to cover. The Prime Minister appointed boards begins voting companies in which executives hold active conflict of interest SDT funding. So what's happening is members are being put on the board that they actually know are in conflict. They're already getting money from this board, and yet they're still appointed to it. It's unbelievable. And so governance standards in the fund deteriorate rapidly under the leadership of the new chair, Annette Verschuren. The Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiate separate investigations after whistleblowers come forward with allegations of financial mismanagement at the fund. So, I think I want to get into some of these individuals and how, what the story is. So this is, we'll talk about Annette Verschuren, and she was the chair of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. So she's the head of it. This is from the Globe and Mail. What's mind-boggling is the SDTC is already funding NRS TOR project in 2019 when Ms. Verschuren was appointed as chair. The Liberal government chose her to oversee an agency that had a funding contract with the company she ran. Red flag, but they still appointed her. Last week, SDTC's former Chief Executive Officer, Leah Lawrence, told a parliamentary committee that she warned an Assistant Deputy Minister at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, Andrew Noseworthy. I express concern there is potential for both conflict of interest and the perception of conflict of interest, Ms. Lawrence said. I express concern that Ms. Verschuren and the SDTC could potentially be damaged by the appointment. It just, you know, and for her to be still there as a board member is unbelievable. From, again, my colleague, South Shore St. Margaret's. They established something called accelerators, and those accelerators were outside organizations that the board hired to vet proposals to make recommendations to the board. One of those was an organization called Verschuren Center at the University of Cape Breton, in which the name of and was set up by the chair of the Green Slush Fund. There is a MARS Discovery District at U of T. Members probably know that. Can members guess who chairs MARS? It is the chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Companies would be screened through the board member control organizations, and shockingly, their companies got recommended to the board for funding. It's just pure coincidence. My colleague writes, with 82% of the transactions that they approved, 9 directors were conflicted. These directors do not represent 82% of the green technology industry in Canada, and it's a good thing to highlight. There's so many other entities and companies they could have picked, but they just happen to pick 82% that are part of this particular board. It's unbelievable. It is strangely a pure coincidence that these hand-picked directors are from the Prime Minister. And if that were not bad enough, this particular director, and this is referring to Andre-Lise Methot, and I'll get to her in a bit, in 22 left and went to the Canada Infrastructure Bank Board. And the first thing she did was to vote $170 million of Infrastructure Bank money for a company owned by the chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Like, it is absolutely unbelievable. This is one, it's less money, but it's just so obvious, I have to say it. The same Annette Verschuren also sought $6 million for the Verschuren Center at Cape Breton University because it was failing. SDTC said no when it went because there was a conflict. They caught it. Quote, however, in emails, it said it would help her find money from other government departments. Pretty soon after that, the Verschuren Center got $12 million from ACOA and the ISET program. And get this, her other companies got $50 million from Natural Resources Canada, and then, of course, there's the Infrastructure Bank one. So, and I just want to, this is the actual list of some of those approved, it says right in the funding approved list. And these are all the list of conflicts, so that's a government document. And these are some of the numbers that Annette Verschuren was approved in conflict. 332,500, 698,250, 98,000, 102,000, 111,000, 150,000, and it goes on. And that's just one of these members of the board that's in conflict. Next person, Stephen Kukucha, or Kukucha. I apologize to the person for mispronouncing the name, but let's move on. Again, quote from my colleague. Another director, a fellow named Stephen Kukucha from British Columbia. Stephen Kukucha was a political staffer to the former Liberal Environment Minister Anderson, and he was the organizer for the Liberal Party for the Prime Minister in British Columbia. As a reward, they put him on the Green, yeah, I said Greece, maybe that's a good way to say it too, a Green Slush Fund board. Surprisingly, we have another Liberal on the board whose company he had a financial interest in. In this time on the board, the companies he had a financial interest in received almost $5 million from the very board he was serving on. Another conflict. So let's go, some examples listed here. Stephen, Kukucha, 157,000. Another one, 151,000. $1,033,771. All funding approved by this absolutely corrupt board. We have more. Next member was Guy Ouimet. Quote, another board member handpicked by the Prime Minister, Guy Ouimet, has admitted in committee that $17 million of the slush fund money went to companies he has had financial interest in. He said that it is a small amount of money, 17 million. I don't know what world this guy comes from, but 17 million to I think most Canadians, probably 99% of Canadians, that's a lot of money. You know, he said that it is a small amount of money. It may be small amount of money to him, but it is not to most Canadians, as my colleague says. And that amount of money, he admitted, had gone up 1,000% in value since that investment was made in 2019. And it definitely pays to be a Liberal insider. And so let's just look up a few. So he has an amount in here. This is an approved conflicted list. One amount that actually says 17 million in there. There's another amount that says 157,000. There's another one for 151,000. Another one, you know, it's just unbelievable. It just keeps going, and it's just endless. So we'll move on. This is the last one. This is the one with direct ties to the current radical environment minister. So, this particular board member's name is Andre Lise Methot. And again, quote, one director was particularly aggressive. She was appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister. Her name is Andre Lise Methot. She runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital, and that name will come up again, in green technologies. Andre Lise Methot's companies before and during her time on the board, I'm going to pause for effect here, received $250 million in grants from the SDTC. $250 million, folks. While she was on the board, $114 million went to green companies that she had invested in herself. I'll go through because I know I'm running out of time. So I already made reference that the connection from this person on the board to this current radical environment minister, you know, the same environment minister that's causing mills to close in my riding, that's limiting oil and gas development in my riding, that's limiting mining investment in the Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut. All that same radical minister is having an effect. He's wanting you to pay. And why is he making you pay? Carbon tax wise, so he can get more money? So he can get the money and give it to his friends. So, again, quote, her in-house paid lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected was the current radical Minister of the Environment. While he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current radical Minister of the Environment got $111 million. That's what he went to work for. That's what he made money for this company. He brought that kind of money in before he was minister. The radical Minister of the Environment, Minister Guilbeault, in this time as lobbyist for Cycle Capital, when he lobbied 25 times in the last year before entering the House, the PMO and the industry department gave over $100 million in green slush money to Cycle Capital. And I think what's even more shocking is, you know, the minister's in the House right now, right? But he still owns those shares in that particular company. The question is, we're not sure what the value of those shares is. He hasn't declared that. And that's, again, what some of these documents will disclose, and we'll hopefully find out how much that actually is. I'll read on. Even though, as Cabinet Minister of Government, he participated in discussions that gave the Green Slush Fund another $750 million. So this is as Cabinet Minister. He's given this same group to spend because he knows, hey, I guess we can help out our friends by dumping money into this thing. So he funds the fund with another $750 million, of which over a quarter has gone to that company. So a company he's got direct ties to, has shares in, he's given money, and it's hard to argue that it's not going over there. But anyway, we hope the documents will be forthcoming and we can actually see it. He still owns shares in it. He has not disclosed what they are worth. I know he is familiar with, well, I won't maybe say that, but let's say this. The member has previous experience wearing an orange jumpsuit. That was the reference made by my colleague. But again, I think what bothered me the most when I saw some of these numbers, you know, and we're the ones who go up to northern communities. I face it every time I go back to my riding in Fort St. John, and you know, folks are dealing with, you know, I'll use an example. We just carbon tax bill for somebody in Fort Nelson for a 1,500 square foot mobile home is over $500 just for this is in spring, by the way. Over half of that is pure carbon tax. So here's a person trying to stay warm in the north in a mobile home, probably can't afford much, and this radical minister is saying, no, you guys can afford to pay a little bit more. But it would be one thing if it was actually going for a good cause and good reason, right? But now we're seeing evidence that it's going to just line his Liberal friends' pockets. And I think that's even more of a travesty in what's happening here. And, you know, we've used it as, maybe some would call it a slogan, but people are genuinely struggling to feed themselves, to stay warm, and to house themselves. You know, some of these homeless encampments are people that just can't afford to live in an apartment anymore. They have nowhere else to go. They've ran out of money, or they've lost their job in the natural resource sector for some reason, again, because of the radical minister's policies. But I'm just going to conclude. How many minutes do I have, Madam Speaker? 2. Be quick then. Okay, so what do we know as in conclusion? We know the Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister has turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. A recording of a senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts. Oh, sorry.
The member knows we cannot use names, and I'd like the honourable member to actually retract the use of those names. Thank you.
A recording of the senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Prime Minister's or the NDP Liberal government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The Auditor General found the SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasion couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. Another $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister and the Industry Minister, and I would also argue the current Environment Minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. You know, again, while this radical Environment Minister punishes you, he lines his friends, his NDP Liberal friends' pockets. While the minister shuts down forestry with his radical 30 by 30 closures in BC, Quebec, and across the country, his friends are pocketing millions. While the minister shuts down responsible oil and gas development that keeps our northern communities going, keeps us warm in winter, he helps his friends pocket hundreds of millions of dollars. And this, as a finishing quote from my friend from South Shore, St. Margaret's. This is corruption like we have never seen in Canada. This is why we have asked for the documents. Because the Liberals are hiding documents, this is why we are resisting and hiding the documents. Because they know there's more corruption with their hand-picked directors. If we were a private sector institution, we would be turning those documents over to the police to investigate. That is our job. No, it is not just the job of the police to go to the courts to seek that. It is our job to...
And we have to go for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. At times it's fairly pathetic in terms of how it is Conservatives will their speeches to be able to take the character assassination to the degree in which the member has done in his speech. You know, even the question I had asked previously was in regards to the chair of the organization we're talking about. She was a political advisor to Stephen Harper, to Brian Mulroney, to Jim Flaherty. She's a great donor to the Conservative Party of Canada, thousands and thousands of dollars. And yet the Conservatives continue, member after member, stand up and say Liberal friendly. Their game is more about character assassination and trying to make politics as ugly as possible so that they can feed that far right, Madam Speaker. It's sad to see. The reality, the government saw actions that were taken that were inappropriate and has taken actions to ensure that the taxpayers and Canadians get justice. My question to the member, when will the Conservative Party start stopping this disgusting game that they're playing and allow for us to get down to business, put Canadians ahead of their political interests?
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I always get a kick out of this member accusing others of character assassinations, then goes on to do that exact thing himself and gaslight Canadians. The bottom line is they need to produce the documents. They produce the documents unredacted. This all goes away. Thanks.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto, St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. I'm new in this place, but I wasn't born yesterday. $400 million. That's like 3,000 Teslas, 26,000 Maple Leafs tickets, just putting this into perspective, or 360 homes in Toronto. Okay? It's plain to see what's going on here. There are bad things done with the money of Canadians, and they're being hidden. The examples you gave me are akin to insider trading, and that's the world I come from.
Any examples to anyone? So through the chair, please.
Of course, of course. The examples that the member gave are akin to insider trading, and that's where I was trained. And where I was trained, that's a criminal offense. And that's what's going on here, to my view. I'm dumbfounded at the lack of transparency, which would clear this whole thing up in about 35 seconds. If we're talking about efficiency, I'm an engineer. That's what I'd love to see, is efficiency. If the other side of the House would produce the documents, we're done. My question from my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, is: are Canadians to believe that are we to believe the government that they're actually protecting Canadians' rights?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you for that great question, my new colleague from Toronto. I guess we all remember the campaign of 2015, Sunny Ways, right? I even had sunglasses made with Sunny Ways on the side of it because we all knew it was a clever slogan, but we knew Sunny Ways didn't last very long in this government, and it was supposed to be, shine a light on things and open and accountable government. Well, that went away pretty quick. And, in some of the language they might have been using, maybe they actually were secretly saying, yeah, we're going to be doing this new things in a new way. If this is the new way that they were promising Canadians, my goodness, I don't think Canadians were expecting this. I think of the person that's struggling, that person, Xander from Fort Nelson, with his carbon tax bill that he sent me that's over $200 and some to try to stay warm in Fort Nelson in his mobile home. He's giving money because of this radical environment minister wants him to give more, and this is even going to quadruple, it's going to get higher, right? And it's all only to do this, is to fund his NDP Liberal buddies and fill their pockets, and it's an absolute shame.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and we talk about struggle. 300,000 factories, 300,000 Canadians lost their jobs under the Conservative government. 300,000 manufacturing jobs lost under the previous Conservative government. And I remember that because factories were closed, businesses were closed in my community. Those were terrible, terrible times. Under this Liberal government, we've delivered a battery plant to Windsor, 2,500 good-paying local Canadian jobs. Why hasn't the Conservative opposition supported this battery plant in Windsor, supported the 2,500 jobs in my community, and supported Windsor workers? Why haven't they stood up and supported those workers in my hometown?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Well, I think there's a bit of a discrepancy with what the member just said. Back when we were in government, I was part of the 2011 to 2015 government, and we had some pretty good economic things going on in this country. We had natural resources in my own riding I'll speak to. Natural gas was getting developed. Forestry was going. We had a softwood lumber agreement within the first 80 days. Instead, contrast that with this particular government, where they have to spend your taxpayer money in the billions to buy a battery plant. Instead of letting the market just respond and let it build itself, they have to literally spend billions and billions and billions of dollars of your money to build this thing. And that's not the way this country started, and it's not the way we're going to survive. We're 1.4 trillion in debt, and it's just government, and they're throwing money at everything and hoping something works, but it's not working.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Quebec-Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to highlight, the member talked about workers in his part of the country facing difficult times. Takes me back to a few years when my home community was going through difficult times as a result of what the agreement that Stephen Harper approved, the Harper government approved, allowing Vale, a multinational, to buy out Inco, and then who went on to slash all of the value-added jobs at the mine site in my hometown of Thompson. And unfortunately, all we had was platitudes from the Stephen Harper government and no real action to back up resource workers and ensure value-added capacity in my hometown. So I'd like to hear the member's thoughts on why the Conservative government didn't stand up for workers at that time, and is that sort of that concern for resource workers in northern provinces, is it just reserved for the Liberals? Let's not forget our history, including the history of my hometown in Thompson.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, well, I can just speak to what happened in my riding when we were in government, and we saw different projects that when we came and formed a majority, we saw projects that were on hold, money wasn't being spent, that the gears of the economy started turning again. And that was because of the leadership of Stephen Harper. I mentioned before, we haven't talked about forestry a whole lot today, but within the first 80 days, we had a softwood lumber agreement done. Guess what? After 9 years, these guys, NDP Liberals, haven't even gotten an agreement done. And I actually caught the minister at previous negotiations and meetings she had with her U.S. counterparts. I asked, what was softwood even on the agenda? Wasn't even on the agenda for the last 6 years. So we got it done. We were in government. First 80 days, it provided surety. We had a lot of development in forestry across the country at that time. I hope we get back there once again, where we see manufacturing come back to Canada, where we see our natural resources developed in Canada, and bring back the country that was the prosperous one we once knew and loved.
Questions et commentaires. Questions come. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And since we're on the topic now of natural resources and the work that the Conservatives have done to really damage the natural resource sector, I was in Alberta working in the natural resource sector in the northeast part of the province in the Cold Lake oil sands when I got laid off from that because the Conservatives had sold off Canadian Natural Resources Limited. Stephen Harper sold it off to a state-owned enterprise known as Nexen. The Chinese state-owned natural resource company owns CNRL. Where was that member, and where is he today when it comes to the state ownership of CNRL by China that him and his party sold off?
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, 15 seconds.
I think maybe the members, misremembering, because the government never did ever own CNRL, so it can never be sold by the Canadian government. Maybe that's the vision they have, where governments own corporations. We have a different vision, where corporations and the workers that work.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another day, another Liberal scandal. Canadians have watched Parliament grind to a halt because of this government's green slush fund scandal. And now that the Liberals have been caught, the Prime Minister is preventing Parliament from moving forward in order to cover up the truth. Members of this House fully understand that the reason Parliament has grinded to a halt is because this Prime Minister is refusing to hand over documents relating to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Madam Speaker, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, also known as SDTC, was created by the government to fund new technologies that would reduce emissions. However, Canadians have discovered that SDTC has turned into nothing more than a Liberal slush fund rampant with corruption and conflicts of interest. Ever since the Liberals began appointing new executives to the board in 2019, executives have been awarding money to companies that they hold an active conflict of interest in. The Liberals may have gotten away with this corruption if it wasn't for the brave whistleblowers who came forward to sound the alarm on the financial mismanagement of the fund. Since then, both the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner launched separate investigations into this Liberal Green Slush Fund. And what did they find? Well, the Auditor General's investigation revealed that $390 million in funding was awarded to projects that either should have been totally ineligible or were awarded to projects in which the board members were conflicted. The Auditor General found SDTC awarded $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that at times could not prove an environmental benefit or a development technology. $34 million over 186 cases in which the board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without guaranteeing that terms and conditions were met. Liberal insiders were caught padding the pockets of companies that they were invested in, and they were doing this all with Canadian taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, although the Auditor General exposed this corruption, there is many reasons to believe that this is far more than just financial mismanagement. Canadians are asking the question if this is criminal, and rightfully so. The same whistleblower who exposed the Liberals' Green Slush Fund is confident that an RCMP investigation would find criminality. The whistleblower stated at committee, and I quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." End quote. When asked if the Auditor General's investigation was sufficient enough, the whistleblower said, and I quote, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they are not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality." End quote. Madam Speaker, that's why the House of Commons ordered the documents on the Green Slush Fund be handed over to the RCMP. How will we ever get to the bottom of this corruption if the RCMP doesn't have all the information needed to fully investigate the criminality of the slush fund? Although the Liberals voted against the document production order, the House of Commons adopted the motion. But instead of respecting the will of Parliament, the Liberal government refused to release the documents ordered by the House of Commons and therefore breached the privilege of Parliament. This is a very serious offence, Madam Speaker. How can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister fails to respect the House of Commons? How can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister disregards the powers of Parliament? And how can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister turns a blind eye to democracy? The answer is simple. We can't. What we are seeing from this Prime Minister is a full-scale cover-up to hide the massive corruption. The Prime Minister doesn't care about accountability. He doesn't care about transparency. He doesn't care about justice. The only thing this Prime Minister cares about is protecting his government and his Liberal insiders who got rich from taxpayer dollars. It's not just me that is saying this either. While testifying at the committee, the SDTC whistleblower stated, and I quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial management than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC in the public sphere." End quote. I could not agree more. Madam Speaker, it has become very clear over the last 9 years that Canadians who do best under this government are well-connected Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has displayed a constant disregard for Parliament and the work of parliamentarians. This is not the first time that the Liberals have failed to adhere to document production orders, especially regarding their failed environmental programs. For months, the Environment Committee ordered the Environment Minister to release proof that the carbon tax reduces emissions. In fact, the committee ordered the production of these documents on 3 separate occasions. We ordered this information on November 30th, 2023, on March 21st, 2024, and again on April 9th, 2024. Each time the committee ordered these documents, the Environment Minister disregarded the will of the parliamentarians and refused to provide them. And I wonder why. Maybe it was because the Environment Minister admitted that his government doesn't track the emissions directly reduced from the carbon tax. Maybe it was because the emissions have gone up under this Prime Minister. Or maybe it was because Canada's Independent Environment Commissioner said the Liberals won't meet their own emissions reductions targets. The point is that the Environment Minister's defiance of Parliament was an insult to Canadians. Unfortunately, the NDP and Bloc refused to refer this matter to the House of Commons at the time. Madam Speaker, with regards to the carbon tax, I think it is important to note that just this morning, the independent parliamentary budget officer once again confirmed the carbon tax will cost the average Canadian family more than they get back. According to the PBO's report that was just released this morning, and I quote, "Taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, the PBO estimates that the average household in each of the backstop provinces will see a net cost." End quote. No wonder the Liberals were hiding the carbon tax documents from the Environment Committee. Madam Speaker, this wasn't the only time this year that the Liberals refused to hand over documents on their failed environmental programs. Although we're discussing a $1 billion green slush fund today, I'm confident we'll soon be discussing another one very soon in the House of Commons. That's because earlier this year, the Environment Commissioner released a damning report to the Liberal government's $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund. The vast majority of Canadians have never heard of this Net Zero Accelerator Fund, which I find very surprising given the fact it's costing taxpayers $8 billion. Usually when a government spends this much money, they travel across the country, talk about what the money was used for and how it will help Canadians. But that's not the case with the Net Zero Accelerator. And thanks to Canada's Environment Commissioner, we now know why the Liberals don't want to talk about it. In a damning report tabled in Parliament, Canada's Environment Commissioner revealed that the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator was nothing more than another Liberal slush fund. The audit found that over 70% of the funding agreements had no commitment to reduce any emissions. Let me say that again. The audit found that over 70% of the funding agreements had no commitment to reduce any emissions. The whole point of this fund was to reduce emissions. But now we know that was a complete lie. Does this sound familiar? Sure does, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is very similar to the corruption we're debating today on the Liberals' $1 billion Green Slush Fund. Canada's Auditor General found that 10 projects funded through the Green Slush Fund didn't even produce green technology or contributed to emission reductions. In fact, $58 million of the Green Slush Fund was spent on ineligible projects. This is the same type of corruption that was revealed by the Environment Commissioners on the Liberals' Net Zero Accelerator Fund. The Commissioner testified at committee on this scandal. He stated, and I quote, "We also found that the department did not always know to what extent greenhouse gas emissions had been reduced by those companies that took part in the Net Zero Accelerator initiative, or whether the funding provided would lead to reduced emissions." End quote. When I asked the Commissioner how many emissions have been reduced by this $8 billion emission reduction program, he stated, and I quote, "I can't say how many yet." End quote. Unbelievable. And when I asked the Commissioner if the government was tracking the value for money from the Net Zero Accelerator, he replied, and I quote, "Not in a public way. We made our own calculations of the value for money that we could, based on the data they have. But we have not seen no public reporting on the value for money." End quote. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. Not only did the Environment Commissioner reveal the Liberals were handing out money without any commitment to reduce emissions, the Commissioner also revealed the emission reduction target of Net Zero Accelerator was being protected under Cabinet confidence. According to a written response from this government's industry department, the government is, and I quote, "not in the position to disclose the emission reduction targets as they are protected under Cabinet confidence." End quote. This is coming from the same department that was responsible for this green slush fund that we're debating today. The Liberals are charging taxpayers $8 billion for a government program that is supposed to reduce emissions without telling them the goal of the program. That means no one will ever know what the money is achieving, if anything. So who got the money? Well, in typical Liberal fashion, the government was keeping this list a secret from Canadians. The lucky recipients of $8 billion in taxpayers' money could not be found anywhere. That's why Conservatives on the Environment Committee ordered the government to release this list of recipients. And guess what we found? Billions of taxpayer dollars were given away to non-Canadian companies. And because the Liberals refused to provide this list to Canadian taxpayers, I will read the recipients of the money into the record. $200 million to Algoma Steel, $400 million to ArcelorMittal, $49 million to Heidelberg Materials, $514 million to Stellantis, $96 million to General Motors, $40 million to CAE, $61 million to Pratt & Whitney, $222 million to Rio Tinto, $15 million to Volvo, $350 million to Insat, $300 million to Air Products, $27 million to E3 Lithium, $15 million to AVL Fuel Cell Canada, $204 million to E1 Moly, $25 million to Savanti, $48 million to Moltex, $500 million to Nexstar Energy, $700 million to PowerCo, $551 million to Umcor, $27 million to Westinghouse, $50 million to Lion Electric, $37 million to Vail Limited, and $148 million to POSCO. There you go, Madam Speaker. I doubt the Canadian taxpayers will ever get a thank you from these mega corporations. Madam Speaker, taxpayers should be furious. I'm furious. I can't imagine hearing this and knowing that $8 billion went to foreign companies, very well-off companies, in the name of net zero, in the name of we're going to reduce emissions and we all got to put our shoulder into this. And what did we get out of it? Someone got their pockets lined, but it certainly wasn't the Canadian taxpayer. It should be disgusted. Canadian taxpayers should be disgusted with this Liberal government as they continue to spend their money without any transparency or accountability. That's why the Environment Committee ordered that those net zero accelerator contracts be released so Canadians could see the details. But the government is once again refusing to respect a documentation order. It's been over 150 days since we ordered these documents on behalf of Canadians. And yet, the Liberal government refused to show Canadian taxpayers what they're charging them for $8 billion. But it gets worse, Madam Speaker. This is unbelievable. Earlier this week, at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, the Environment Commissioner revealed the Liberals have created a fast-track lane for this $8 billion taxpayer-funded program, a fast-track program. According to the Environment Commissioner, mega corporations can fast-track their applications for billions of taxpayer dollars by simply writing a letter. Writing a letter. And guess who that letter is supposed to be sent to?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
The Prime Minister. Unbelievable. According to page 8 on the Environment Commissioner's report of the Net Zero Accelerator Fund, and I quote, a project of more than $50 million also requires Treasury Board approval, concurrence letters from ministers of other concerned departments, and cabinet approval. It then states that Net Zero Accelerator projects, and I quote, can be fast-tracked with a letter to the Prime Minister, end quote. The Liberals are giving special access to billions of tax dollars with a simple letter to the Prime Minister. You can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. This is absolutely absurd. If Canadians thought the Green Slush Fund was the damning scandal, wait until we uncover the truth about this Liberals' $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Slush Fund. Madam Speaker, Parliament has the privilege to compel the production of papers. The privilege allows us to properly represent Canadians who elected us to serve them. But as the Speaker ruled, the privilege was breached by this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister. Let us not forget that.
That's right.
This Prime Minister is blocking everything. We can all dance around this and we can all say what we want to say. The Prime Minister is ultimately in control of this, and he doesn't want to have anybody see these documents. On June 10th, 2024, the House of Commons passed a motion that ordered the production of documents relating to the government's Green Slush Fund so they could be turned over to the RCMP. In response to this motion, the government either outright refused the House order or redacted the documents that were turned over, basically making them useless so no one could do a full investigation. So it would ultimately end up just like we are at committee right now. That's why Conservatives raised the point of privilege. The Speaker then ruled on this point of privilege. He stated, and I quote, the House has undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents, any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out these duties. He added, and I quote, the House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has clearly not been fully complied with, end quote. Madam Speaker, no wonder Canadians have lost confidence with this government. Time and time again, we see the Liberal government cover up in their wrongdoings. It's a pattern of behaviour that has resulted in anger amongst Canadians. Every time this Liberal government is caught doing something wrong, they do everything they can do to cover up their wrongdoings. This approach is dangerous to democracy because it suggests that the government can't get away with anything. It sets a precedent that rules don't apply to the government of the day. Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this is more proof that the Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. The Speaker has ruled that the Liberal government has violated the Parliament's order to hand over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation of the Liberals' $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. Instead of respecting the will of Parliament by handing over the documents, the Prime Minister has instead chosen to paralyze Parliament. As such, the Prime Minister has made it impossible for members of Parliament to address the issue that matters most to Canadians. We can't address the doubling of House
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Kelly.
Madam Speaker, proof that when all is said and done, there's more said than done. I think members on the other side are running out or getting a little bit tired of their own talking points on this one. We have a situation where they're demanding that records supplied to Parliament be given to the RCMP for purposes of investigation. I don't think anybody would disagree with the notion that an investigation needs to happen. But the process that they're talking about would produce something that the RCMP has said it doesn't want and said it can't use. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to the fact that dear leader over there thinks he's smarter than the RCMP and knows more than the RCMP does about doing an investigation properly.
Honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker has ruled, not you, that the Liberal government has violated the Parliament's order to hand over evidence to the police for criminal investigation into the Liberals' $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. Instead of respecting the will of Parliament and handing over those documents, the Prime Minister has instead chosen to paralyze Parliament. As such, the Prime Minister has made it impossible for members of Parliament to address the issues that matter most to Canadians. We can't address the doubling of housing costs. We can't address the crime and chaos. We can't address the inflation caused by this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It goes without saying that everyone knows in our position. We agree with the Conservative position. Now, here's my question. I heard my member's speech about grants to businesses, but that's nothing new. My colleague listed a number of businesses supported by the Net Zero Accelerator as though that were another scandal. Is my colleague saying that a possible Conservative government would completely cut funds to help businesses transition? Does this apply to oil companies?
As I was saying, we can't address the doubling of housing costs. We can't address the crime and chaos. We can't address the inflation caused by this Liberal government. The Prime Minister must end the cover-up by handing over the evidence to the police so Parliament, all of us, all us elected MPs, can get to the back to working for Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've asked this question several times now. It's been raised several times as maybe a slogan, but this Liberal insider business, which I agree with. Ms. Verchuren is a donor and member of the party. She's been a large contributor financially to the Liberal Party, but so has she been a large donor to the Conservative Party. She donates to them almost every single year, including the years that she was chair of SDTC. She is also an insider. Wouldn't the member agree? And maybe he'll...
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
I'm hung up here. So I believe it's in that version. Her donations were to Lisa Raitt and Jean Charest. She's a Cape Breton from PC. She also donated at the same time to the Liberals in 2023, $800 in 2020, $800 in 2019, $1,600 to two riding associations. In 2009, Michael and Nadia Max donor. So I hope that answers some of your questions. Does it answer all your questions? Does he want more?
The honourable member for Edmonton Grisborder.
Oh, and it's not a point of order. Just a matter of debate.
Okay, so the question has been answered. Questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, listening to the member opposite is very similar to listening to the collective speeches delivered by the Conservative Party. One that says, do not let the facts and the full truth get in the way of a Conservative Reform Party speech, Madam Speaker. That's what it is that we're witnessing. The very simple question in which no Conservative member of Parliament has actually answered. Instead, they skate around it. And it's a simple question. The RCMP and the Auditor General of Canada, two well-respected institutions, have actually made it very clear to the House of Commons that this game, in essence, this game that the Conservative Party is playing today, demanding unredacted information be collected and given directly to the RCMP, is in fact a blur for judicial independence and could in fact be a violation of a Charter of Rights. That is something in which not the government or the Liberal Party is saying. That is something that the two institutions that Canadians have had a great deal of respect for. Why are they ignoring those two institutions on this issue?
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, this just reeks of elitism, out of touch liberalism. I can't believe this. I can't honestly believe this. I just went on a speech. There's billions and billions of dollars here at risk for Canadian taxpayers, hard-working Canadians. And all this guy can come up with is, here, what about the RCMP stuff? We're legislators. We're the Parliament of Canada. We, on this side, have asked to produce some documents. It's very easy. 10 seconds would fix this. Why won't this member go talk to his Prime Minister and say, I think it's time, Prime Minister, jig is up.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his incredible work in uncovering a lot of this corruption and scandal that we have seen, covered in this veil of the Liberals pretending to be environmentalists, Liberals pretending to care about the climate. And so my question to the honourable member, as we ask for these unredacted documents to uncover where $400 million of taxpayer money went, is what does he think they are hiding?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, my colleague, for asking that question. And it's what everybody else in Canada is thinking they're hiding. Corruption. Insiders. They're getting, obviously, if the Auditor General found, over 186, whatever, it's just a number right now. 186 conflicts of interest. We know this. We're supposed to be professionals here. We should be outraged with this, are we? Oh, no, we got an excuse. We can't show anybody any kind of facts or figures. That's why we become the laughing stock of the country. The Liberals and the Prime Minister can fix all this. The Prime Minister is stopping in the way of all this. I cannot emphasize that enough to all the parties here. It's the Prime Minister's fault. It's the Prime Minister who has to come clean on this.
That's right.
The Member for Edmonton, Honourable Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we agree. In accountability, we agree with all of this. But we've been talking about this for a week already. Can we not turn the page on this? There's the housing crisis going on, the climate crisis going on. There were farmers protesting in front of Parliament today, calling for justice because the unelected Senate is making a mockery of us. There's seniors facing inequality. There's so many issues that we could be talking about right now. Does my colleague not agree that the time has come to move on to something else?
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
And I completely agree with my colleagues' outrage there. Unbelievable. And every one of those people that he mentioned, the Liberals and the Prime Minister are in their back pocket. And that is the travesty of all this stuff. That is the bad thing about this. They're stealing from Canadians, and they should be held to account.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Grisba.
Speaking of cherry picking, the member spoke specifically about all the Conservative donations that Ms. Verteuren, the Liberal Conservative insider of the SDTC fund, that don't directly affect the Conservative Party, as he mentioned all the leadership donations that she made to the Conservative Party. But he failed to admit that she's made direct contributions as early as last year, including a max donation in 2022 to the Conservative Party when she was chair of SDTC. The Liberal Conservative insider of SDTC, the Ms. Verteuren, has robbed Canadians, given herself a bunch of money, and the Conservatives don't even have the courage to admit when they're wrong. I'll give the member another chance. The Liberal Conservative insider known as Ms. Verteuren, who is chair of SDTC, gave herself millions of dollars. Will the member admit that these donations and her insider affiliation to the Conservatives is wrong.
Very, very brief answer from the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
I got about like 10 more examples, but I think the member is just really jealous that there's no NDP donations on here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Integrity, character, trust. I know that's what I ran on in my first election in 2014 and what I've run on in every subsequent election. Nothing means more to me than protecting my integrity and my character and ensuring that my constituents in Foothills have their trust in me. I have to question how my Liberal colleagues are going to go home on the Thanksgiving constituency week and look their constituents in the face and say, you can still trust me. I have integrity. I have character. When they know there is a green slush fund of more than $400 that the Prime Minister is doing everything he possibly can to hide from Canadians. That is a big number. There's no question about that. But in my opinion, Madam Speaker, the size of the corruption and the scandal doesn't matter as much as what it says about the person who is involved in that scandal, and that is the Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who campaigned in 2015 about being the most accountable and transparent government in Canadian history. He has certainly fallen well short of that goal. I would say the epitaph of this government, when it falls in a very short amount of time, will be maybe promises made, promises broken, or perhaps is this, here lies a government that took care of its friends despite the needs of its constituents. I'm not exactly sure if that is the legacy that I would want my constituents to see in me. But, Madam Speaker, the role of Parliament, the role of all parliamentarians, is to hold the government to account and oversee government spending. By refusing to comply with the Speaker's decision to produce those documents, this government is undermining the integrity of this House, and it is setting a very dangerous precedent of what I think Canadians expect from all of us here in the House of Commons. Because, Madam Speaker, the Parliament is the House of the people in our constituencies across this country who elected us, who trusted us, who elected us to represent them and be their voice and ensure that we are good stewards of every single one of their tax dollars. Canadians now, maybe perhaps more than ever, as they are struggling with the cost of living crisis, trying hard every day just to put food on the table and pay their mortgage, I think more than ever, Canadians deserve to know that their tax dollars are being spent prudently and on programs that are going to be impacting their lives in a positive way. You know, I often give constituents or stakeholders tours of the House of Commons in Parliament, and we kind of have a running joke. Certainly my constituents have entrusted me as a Conservative member, you know, to kind of watch your wallet and hold your purses tight, as if you pass by a Liberal, they may be asking you for a donation or picking into your pocket. Right. You know, we kind of did that as something fun and in jest and have a little laugh, but I think, unfortunately, a joke has turned into reality. Yeah. As this government is reaching into the pockets of every single Canadian to fill the pockets of Liberal insiders and their friends. And honestly, Madam Speaker, I think the level of this scandal is, in no other terms, disgusting. This is enough to make most Canadians, and certainly the Canadians in my riding, quite sick to their stomach, literally, that this is happening. Because Canadians deserve better. They deserve an honest, accountable, and hard-working government that does not abuse their hard-earned paychecks. One that fights for the people. One that respects voters, follows through with the promises they've given to protect and govern a prosperous country, and to leave that country in better condition and better shape than when you got there. But what is exactly happening here flies in the face, I think, of what most Canadians would expect a government to do and steward them forward. The RCMP Commissioner has said quite clearly that the hand-picked directors
of this green slush fund that have been handpicked by the Prime Minister, Canadians' tax dollars at an unprecedented level. And I would love to say that this is unusual for the Liberal government, but unfortunately, this is yet just another in the latest list of scandals that this Prime Minister has reaped on Canadian taxpayers. The level of this corruption has Canadians outraged and disgusted because Liberals have taken advantage of their position of power to enrich their friends at the detriment of Canadians. And again, I would like to say that this level of scandal is unprecedented, but I can't. And that's unfortunate because scandal and corruption has become a habit with this Prime Minister. This is not a one-off. And we have 2 million Canadians going to food bank every single year, and food insecurity up 111%. That means that millions of Canadian families are unable to feed their children, are struggling from meal to meal. A quarter of Canadians are skipping meals just to try to make ends meet. And at a time of very extreme financial difficulty, this Liberal government seems to have no problem pilfering the pockets of Canadians and wasting tens of millions of tax dollars just to ensure that their political friends and their insiders are well taken care of. The Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which was supposed to be managing a green energy fund for the benefit of Canadians, has abused Canadian tax dollars, and that's what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is this didn't happen once, this didn't happen twice, this didn't happen even 3 times.
No, keep going.
This has happened 186 times just in this program. So if there's 186 conflicts of interest in one Liberal program, imagine what else is out there. And I think that's why the Liberals are so scared to table these documents, because of the level of scandal which will be uncovered is something Canadians have never seen before. And let's go back in time. And I know my constituents, when I've talked to them about this issue and the emails and letters I'm getting, you know, they've kind of compared this to the sponsorship scandal. But I had to say, you know, whoa. The sponsorship scandal absolutely brought down the Chrétien Martin government. Because once again, the one similarity is they were funneling tax dollars to enrich their friends and their political allies. The difference is, yes, that brought down a government. This scandal, and just this one scandal, is 5 times bigger in terms of the value of the money that we're talking about here. 5 times bigger than the sponsorship scandal. So if that scandal brought down a government, I should hope that Canadians will demand the same thing with this scandal, with the SDTC. And I think this has to be something that we emphasize, Mr. Speaker. This isn't Liberal money. This is Canadian taxpayers' money. This is money that taxpayers have worked hard to earn, and when they make those, pay their taxes to the government, they are expecting that those taxes will be going to build bridges, build roads, pay for hospitals, schools, hire doctors, teachers, and important infrastructure and social programs, not going to Liberal insiders. Imagine that $400 million, and that's kind of what we know, but I think there could be even higher. But how many hospitals would that build? How many roads, ports, bridges would that maintain? How many meals would that serve? How many school teachers would that hire? And how many people would that feed? And the chair of the SDTC, Annette Verschuren, who is sort of the face of this disaster, was handpicked by the Prime Minister. Despite warnings from the previous chair of her conflict, she tried to get $6.8 million for the Verschuren Centre in Cape Breton through the slush fund that she chaired. She also tried to use her influence with the Green Slush Fund to get a further $10 million for the Centre for Industry Canada and ACOA. This is just one example of the many levels of corruption the Liberals are trying to hide from Canadians. The Prime Minister's appointments are doling out taxpayer monies to companies in which the board of directors of this fund owned themselves. They didn't think twice of abusing this program 186 times. But despite warnings that the chair was in conflict, the Prime Minister, as it always happens, got his way, and ethics and conflict be damned, he put this person in that role. And he's trying to hide the level of that scandal by withholding these documents from the House. Always, as the Liberals like to do, there's nothing to see here. But, Mr. Speaker, there is something to see here. There's a scandal of $400 million of taxpayers' dollars, which has been stolen from Canadians and given to Liberal insiders. Now, I was kind of thinking about this a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and I know some of my colleagues have done that as well. And I kind of find myself now and again, as you're discussing Liberal scandals and corruption, a lot of the, oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. Oh my God, there was that one. Yeah. And I kind of get the feeling that the Liberals bring up another scandal as often as possible, so we have to kind of forget about the ones that happened in the past. Right. Yeah. And I do have to give the Liberals a little bit of credit here. Oh. I don't know how they manage all of these different scandals and keep them in line and which one is which and whacking this mole and that mole. Yeah. I have to give them credit because I don't know how they keep track of the bagmen. They're moving tax dollars from one friend in one alley and one company to another. That's got to be a lot of logistics. If they only put that effort into actually governing the country, imagine where we would be. But that's not what they're doing. And I'm not going to, maybe if I have time, I'll list off the incredible collection of greatest hits that this Prime Minister's had, the scandals under his watch. Long list. It is a very long list. But I thought as something else, I mentioned earlier in my speech, this Prime Minister campaigned in 2015 of being the most transparent and open government in Canadian history. And I want to share some of the greatest hits of the Prime Minister's quotes. I think we're going to have to, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to have to embark on a completely different style of government. A government that both accepts its responsibilities to be open and transparent. In 2013, our Prime Minister claimed, we will be coming out shortly in a way to open up and be more transparent about all our expenses in a way that will restore Canadians' confidence and trust in holders of public office. We will certainly offer a level of transparency that has never been seen before. Now, I guess maybe it's our fault as Canadians, but when he said we will have a level of transparency and accountability like we've never seen before, I was thinking the other way. But what has happened is he's kind of gone the opposite direction, and he's slammed the door shut on accountability and transparency when it comes to the accountability of Canadian tax dollars. But let's go back a little bit further in time. And I find this one very ironic. When the member of Papineau was just a sitting member of the third party, his first private member's bill as an opposition MP was a Transparency Act. He offered bold promises to revitalize the access to information system. Where is this wide-eyed parliamentarian now? Where is he?
I can't find him.
He came in with all this gusto. I'm going to shed sunlight on the House of Commons. Well, I guess he was practicing very early on that promises are made to be broken. He started trying to fool Canadians in 2013, and Canadians aren't fooled anymore. Even in a recent podcast with his Liberal colleague, he admitted that he courted the Fair Vote folks, who are usually NDP supporters, promising them to change the electoral system, to have electoral reform, and make sure proportional representation was part of that discussion. And then he admitted on that podcast he had no intention of ever entertaining proportional representation. He only said that to win over NDP voters. And then when he got elected, pushed to the side. Long to be forgotten. Promise made, a promise broken. In 2015, he said after he was elected, Canadians voted for change, and we are committed to delivering that change. We are committed to being open, honest, transparent government. All ministers, including the Prime Minister, will be held to greater account. End quote. This is the same Prime Minister who is doing everything he can to skirt the rules on transparency and accountability just to hide his scandalous actions. In 2016, the Prime Minister said, Canadians can be reassured that we have always followed the rules and we always will, as well as upholding the principles and values under which Canadians have confidence in their government, principles like accountability and transparency and openness. Yeah, right. The reality is that the system requires a high degree of openness, transparency, and accountability in order to maintain Canadians' confidence in our democracy and system of government. I can assure Canadians our party will always follow all the rules, and it also supports all the values and principles associated with those rules. He goes on to say, the fact is the Liberal Party will always follow the rules and the values that Canadians expect in terms of openness, transparency, accountability, and we will continue to uphold the trust of Canadians. I don't know, honestly, how he keeps saying this with a straight face. This is important to all Canadians, and we are following the rules because we know that people need to have confidence in their government, in their ministers, and in how political parties operate. That is why we are always transparent, accountability, and open about our fundraisers. I think my colleagues have talked about the fundraisers and how well that has gone for them.
Yeah.
The Cast for Access with business owners and millionaires from communist China, just yet another scandal that has been a part of the Prime Minister. Again, the Prime Minister said, we in the Liberal Party in this government have always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. That is a classic, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, that is why we have moved forward on openness and transparency in ways that, yes, perhaps open us up to a few attacks from the members opposite, but ultimately create the confidence that Canadians must have in their Constitution and their institutions. Well, he doesn't seem to be so excited about being held accountable by the opposition today, a lot different than where he was in 2015. He went on to say, we will continue to take very seriously the trust that Canadians place in us by remaining open, transparent, and accountable to the opposition and to Canadians. So if he was so committed to working with the opposition, to ensuring that we had access to the information that our constituents are demanding, why such a quick change of heart? Why is he trying to hide these documents that Canadians deserve to see?
That's right.
He went on to say, I believe in sunny ways. I believe in staying focused on Canadians, and that is exactly what we're doing. I believe that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Openness and transparency is what Canadians expect, and that is always what we will stand for. I respect the members opposite tremendously for their responsibility to ask difficult questions and to press the government on it. I'm going to stay focused on doing the right things the right way and ensuring our team is doing just that. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on. I've got a long list of these comments that he has made over the years. I can't pass this one up. In 2019, he said, under my leadership, we have raised the bar on transparency. I have no idea how low this bar was that he thought it was, if this is as far as we've gotten, that this is what he thinks. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't hard, not as hard as I thought, but I had my staff look up how many times the Prime Minister has said the word transparency in the House. In Parliament, he has said the word transparency, how important it is, 400 times, more than 400 times.
How ironic.
Yet now, secrecy and obfuscation is now the hallmark of this government. Like I said, I think his statements or more should be a promise made is a promise about to be broken. And I think all of this, Mr. Speaker, begs the question, what are they hiding? How bad is this? And I know the questions from my colleagues who say, well, we're infringing on the Charter of Rights if we try and ask for this information. I would love for the Liberal members to go back to their ridings this week and say to their constituents in their face, hey, you don't deserve to know how bad this scandal is because we're just here protecting your charter rights. Give me a break. And I'll leave you with this. It was a great quote from the leader of the member from Carleton. When I get robbed, I don't form a committee to discuss it. When I get robbed, I call the police.
That's right.
And the police deserve to see this information. Canadians deserve to see this information. because the level of this scandal and this robbery of Canadian taxpayers' dollars needs to be brought to light, and the Conservatives will continue to fight this until this is found out.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think once again we have to revisit what this debate is about. This is not about releasing the documents, Mr. Speaker. This is about how it should be done in a way that protects charter rights. We have been advised by the Auditor General and the RCMP that releasing these documents to them is not the right way to proceed, and we've seen a ruling from the Speaker that said this should go to PROC. Could the member opposite please admit to Canadians that this is a filibuster by them so that thing is getting done in the House, that we have agreed to send the documents to PROC. We are not hiding the documents. We are simply ensuring that it is done in the correct way according to the processes that we have in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage the member from Aurora Oak Ridge to go back to her riding during the Thanksgiving constituency break and just explain that to her constituents, that you don't have the right to see these documents. We're just trying to do this in the right way. If it was such a procedural issue, just table the documents. If there's nothing to be concerned about, if there's nothing within these documents that they are scared or frightened for Canadians to see, then put them on the table. Stop delaying and trying to get this to a committee. We know the truth. They don't want these documents to ever see the light of day.
Kamal Tara, London.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. My colleague spoke about a number of Liberal scandals. The sponsorship scandal, which is a well-known scandal. It was a scandal because people got money in their pockets, but it was also part of a massive propaganda attempt to dupe Quebecers. Beyond that, there were other scandals under Stephen Harper, similar to Mackenzie, GC Strategy. So, is not the issue the following? Is it not systemic in how Canada is governed? The issue seems to be Canada's governance more than the colour of the party in charge.
We did Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the sponsorship scandal absolutely was about propaganda and trying to the Liberal Party was using its resources and taxpayer resources to give itself an advantage in election time. And that's why this helped bring down a government. But I was also very proud to be part of a Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper that brought forward the Accountability Act, that established the office of the Ethics Commissioner and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Public offices that this government seems to have no problem abusing and ignoring the rulings that they've been given. In fact, we have a Prime Minister that's been found contravention twice. No other Prime Minister in history has ever been found in conflict, but this Prime Minister has had it twice. Shows the record. I would put the record of the Conservative government up against the Liberal government any day of the week.
Kamal Tara, questions and comments of the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker still there? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was there was some crosstalk. It was hard to. My question is this: Greens support the terms of this motion, sending it to committee. My understanding is that would happen as soon as there's a vote on the motion, and for that to happen, all that has to happen is to no longer have speakers speaking to it. Now, I've done a bit of math because I think what the member for Foothills and I agree is about the importance of taxpayer money being used effectively. I've done some math with respect to how money is being spent with respect to this debate. We've had about 49 Conservative speakers on this motion so far. If you add up the time that those speakers have spoken for, it's just over 24 hours, 1,470 minutes. If you put the cost of what it costs for this House to operate over that time, the cost to taxpayers is just over $1.7 million, and that's just for the Conservative speakers. That's not to mention all the other speakers that have also risen on this. If he shares the concern for taxpayer money, is he not concerned about the dollars being spent to continue this conversation when we could just have a vote right now if Conservative members stop speaking to it?
Member for Foothills.
I have to give my colleague a lot of credit on that to come up with that argument that they're using the cost of this discussion as a way to hide Liberal corruption and scandals. I guess that the Liberal coalition has now grown to include the Green Party. I am confident. I will go home to my constituents this week and say, I am fighting for your rights every day to ensure accountability in your tax dollars. I am confident they will support what we are doing as Conservatives rather than trying to push this to committee. But let's be clear. The Prime Minister can end this right now. Right now. And it won't cost Canadian taxpayers another dime if he tables those documents in the House of Commons and gives them to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Springwater, we'll try that again, Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to my good colleague from Foothills for that great speech on this very serious issue. I'd like to ask the honourable member, I know in Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte now there's a lot of people struggling to pay their bills, to heat, eat, and just to live, quite frankly. We're talking about a huge sum of money here. $400 million has gone missing. Maybe the member from Foothills could explain to me in his writing also, how much better could this money have been spent on good programs to help the people of Foothills?
Hear, hear.
Foothills.
Thank you very much to my colleague and his great work on this as well. And I think he brings up an excellent point. Obviously, the $400 million that has been funneled to Liberal insiders and friends is troubling. But the fact that this would happen at a time when Canadians are struggling through a cost of living crisis, and I have a very rural riding, as my colleague does as well, and I've talked to my farmers and ranchers every week. They're paying $150,000 a year just in carbon taxes, trying just to get harvest off right now. And they are seeing at a time when every single dollar is stretched as far as possible. Yep. You have a government that should be the steward of their tax dollars is now abusing $400 million tax dollars of their money, which would be much better spent on, building railroads, building ports, building bridges to ensure that their products get to market. And we once again become a trusted trading partner around the world. That's certainly not the case right now.
Questions and comments? Question Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Foothills. I have to say I also regularly speak to his constituents because my sister lives in his riding. And I know for my family, one thing that's really important in Canada is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And really what the Conservatives are asking for here is to violate the Charter. I know the leader of the opposition has talked about using the notwithstanding clause to get rid of any laws that he doesn't like. So I'd like to hear from the member on how he views the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and whether he would uphold that.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, at least some members of our family are in the right place. They're in Foothills. Yeah. And I appreciate that. But I will go home to my constituents, and this as a charter challenge, where we're just asking to have documents made public. Documents that are already public, that Canadians deserve to see. I just find this to be such weak sauce from the Liberals that are desperately trying to keep these documents under wraps, to keep them redacted, that they're trying to scare Canadians into saying if somehow you take public documents and you give them to the RCMP, is somehow, if we go outside of that very thin path, that we are challenging and going to bring down the Charter of Rights crumbling down among us. I just think it's such a weak argument, and I challenge them to go home to their ridings this week and make that same argument at home.
In comments, the honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So $400 million is a lot of money, and it's hard to comprehend how much that really is. But it's 4,200 GMC Sierra trucks. It's 66,666,666 Girl Guide cookie boxes. That's if you don't break the 0.6 repeating. And for people in Toronto, it's 15% of the TTC budget. So if the government couldn't run this program, which had admirable goals, without basically giving the money away, my question is, how can we trust them with any programs that we have in Canada?
With the 20-odd seconds remaining, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague, and welcome to the House of Commons. What a great addition. I think he puts this in a way that we really need to do, that Canadians understand. Some of you talk about these big numbers, $400 million. It is difficult to comprehend. But when we break these numbers down into things that Canadians really understand, they are disgusted with the level of scandal that is in here. Although I'm not sure how many Blue Jays tickets he could have bought for that this year. But he's right. This is hurting Canadians in the pocketbook when they are struggling every day with the basic necessities. This really hits home when their tax dollars are being abused at this level.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin my remarks today, I'd like to pay tribute to a special person in my riding, Charissa Sellis, who recently lost her husband, Nick. During my by-election, both Charissa and Nick were dedicated volunteers, bringing a smile and a helping hand in each and every day. Charissa, thank you for everything you do. My heart is with you and your family. We will all remember Nick for his kindness, his big heart, his huge personality, and his extraordinary generosity. May he rest in peace. I'd also like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to Michelle Mather, who serves on my board. In these difficult times, Michelle, know we love you and your family. Thank you for everything you do. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the ruling of the Speaker with regard to the production of documents ordered by the House on the scandal involving the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, also known as a Liberal Green Slush Fund. For those watching at home, here are the facts. The Auditor General found that the Prime Minister has turned SDTC into a slush fund for Liberal insiders, finding that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that couldn't show an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution terms were met. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. The very people trusted with safeguarding taxpayer dollars were funneling money into projects they themselves were connected to. This is corruption, pure and simple. And it's not just a fluke or some isolated incident. This scandal is symptomatic of a Liberal culture, a culture that puts political survival and self-enrichment ahead of the interests of the Canadian people. They shovel the working man's pay into the pockets of elitists who provide no value to the country. They've created a culture of enrichment for their well-connected friends, lining their pockets on the backs of the working class. This is the kind of governance that erodes trust. The Prime Minister claims to be a champion of the environment while handing out public dollars to his friends. We've seen this before. It's the same culture that brought us SNC-Lavalin, the We Charity scandal, and countless others. Now the House has ordered the production of the documents around the scandal to the law clerk, and the documents to be transferred to the RCMP for unredacted investigation. The only problem, the government refuses to hand them over. So what's their excuse? Well, they hide behind the Charter, stating that the order forcing them to produce these documents is a potential violation of Canadians' Charter's rights. So through you, Speaker, to the folks at home, after burning away your money, NDP Liberals now attempt to bypass this House, your House of Commons, to hide the information you need to truly understand how much of your dollars they've actually wasted. A wake-up call to NDP Liberals. The Charter is there to protect the people from government, not corrupt politicians from prison. It seems this government has forgotten their primary duty.
And a point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just believe there was a small comment that was incorrect in my honourable colleague's speech when he said NDP Liberal insider. I think he meant to say Liberal Conservative insider, since she's a donor to the Conservative Party.
That's a point of debate. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I always appreciate a commercial break, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully they're a little bit more entertaining. But let me just say, so what's their excuse? They hide behind the Charter, stating that the order forcing them to produce these documents is a potential violation of the Canadians' Charter's rights. So through you to the Speaker, to the folks at home, after burning away your money, NDP Liberals now attempt to bypass this House, your House of Commons, to hide the information you need to truly understand how much of your dollars they've actually wasted. So a wake-up call to NDP Liberals. The Charter is there to protect the people from government, not corrupt politicians from prison. It seems this government has forgotten their primary duty, to serve the people over themselves as servant, not master. What we are witnessing today is a gross abuse of power by a tired, incompetent, corrupt government. The Prime Minister and his NDP Liberals have turned SDTC into a playground for their cronies, using your money to do it. They are more concerned with maintaining their grip on power than on the welfare of the citizens they claim to represent. Unfortunately, this is all a pattern Canadians have become way too familiar with. This is a government that chooses to count votes over taking a moral stand. Today, as mobs march across our streets, inciting hate, inciting terror, and chanting for the death of our country, Canadians see a weak Prime Minister, an incompetent Foreign Minister, and a broken government. Our treasured Jewish communities who are about to mark Yom Kippur watched with shock as they saw this NDP Liberal Foreign Minister tell Tom Mulcair she's only concerned about the demographics of her own voters. She fails to act when Canada is threatened for her own personal political gain.
Shame.
This is the same foreign...
Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Questioning the relevance of what this member is speaking about to the matter that we're debating.
Always call relevance at this late hour. The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, moral corruption and financial corruption come from the same source. They are a corruption of the soul and a rot of this government.
Hear, hear.
She fails to act when Canada is threatened for her own personal political gain. This is the same Foreign Minister who refused to condemn genocidal, anti-Semitic hate chants on our streets. Chants like, "From Palestine to Lebanon, Israel will soon be gone. There is only one solution, Intifada revolution." Our common-sense Conservative leader asked her twice to condemn these chants, and she refused. How does this Foreign Minister expect to Canadians' national security when her only concern lies with the vote count in the next election? But after 9 long years, all Canadians have seen is incompetence and corruption from this NDP Liberal government. Single moms at the grocery checkout are forced to put food they had gotten for their kids aside thanks to an unforgiving carbon tax.
Yes.
Seniors are watching now as their pensions go up in smoke. The newcomer and young couple are seeing their dreams of home ownership being ripped.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
It seems like this speech is getting further and further from the motion. I don't know if you've been following it. No, it's a point of order.
Listen, there has been a lot of leeway given to a lot of different speeches in this House on lots of different occasions. So, I will just kind of call relevance again, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage can continue.
I'm talking about everyday people who are trying to make ends meet, and how this government has taken over $400 million of their hard-earned money and wasted it with their insider friends. So I would like to make sure that our coalition NDP Liberal government colleagues spend the time to understand the costs that everyday people are paying for their extraordinary corruption. So returning to the debate. Seniors are watching now as their pensions go up in smoke. The newcomer and young couple are seeing their dreams of home ownership being ripped away.
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A member from being able to virtually read verbatim conservative reform to them.
It's falling into debate. So, folks, we've got quite honestly, about 12 minutes left before we have to go on to the next part of in our list. So I would just say, let this go. The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage, on topic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses, farmers, doctors, and home builders lose sleep as they watch this government introduce their latest job-killing tax hike. Canadians who are barely scraping by see this Prime Minister waste $400 million of it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
The member gave a clear indication whether it's his speech or, in fact, it is a Conservative speech from the back.
once again. So now we're getting into unsportsmanship, I think we would say in most cases. The honourable member for Cold Lake. Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that they do not want to hear the well-crafted speech that my colleague from Calgary Heritage has written and is delivering. And it's very frustrating to me that these Liberals would rather shut him down at every single opportunity. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you perhaps let my colleague finish his speech.
I would like nothing better than to let the honourable member complete his speech. So unless it's something grave, and I mean grave, it better be good and better be listed from the standing orders. I want a number, I want a section when we stand up on it. The honourable member for Edmonton Gravesbaugh.
Mr. Speaker, I really do appreciate you asking us to offer something good. Good news, New Democrats just passed pharmacare in the Senate. It's breaking news right now. Congratulations to all the...
Order. Not a point of order, but I appreciate the update. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage, and I will try my best to get you through to the bottom of the hour.
I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. You know, for the parliamentary secretary across the way, I thought he'd be more grateful, Mr. Speaker. A couple of days ago, I promoted him to deputy House Leader, but evidently I got that promotion wrong. But I do assure him that these are indeed my words, and I stand by them with great confidence. Canadians who are barely scraping by see this Prime Minister waste $400 million of their hard-earned taxpayer money. And he wonders why nobody has confidence in him or his NDP Liberals. Look around. These same Canadians see crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder on our streets. They see a Minister of Justice who offers up bail, not jail, for violent repeat offenders, causing violent crime to skyrocket 50%. Hate crimes are up 251%. Over 100 churches have been burned, synagogues firebombed. We don't even hear a pin drop from this government on any of this. It's a national disgrace. Canadians see drugs flooding our communities and a government that offers up drugs rather than treatment and recovery. They watch a spiraling, flailing, out-of-control health minister go to war over nicotine pouches, but when it comes to fighting the drug overdose crisis, the leading cause of death for BC kids, he refuses. In fact, this government fuels the crisis further with their taxpayer-funded drug dens. 42,000 lives all have tragically been lost from the drug crisis in our country since 2015. We recently saw at the Health Committee a parent of one of the victims that bravely spoke out against this so-called safe supply experiment. When asked what his message to this Prime Minister was, he responded, "How can you put safe and drugs in the same sentence? It doesn't make sense. Those two contradict each other deeply. How can this government continue to consciously fund this program? This disastrous experiment needs to be stopped before more lives are lost needlessly." Canadians also see an environment minister who has delivered nothing to clean up our environment. He's only brought in higher taxes on working people. His policies are as weak as the paper straws he's forcing us all to use. Sadly, as I return to discussing the government's ethics, I look around NDP Liberals in this chamber who don't even recognize the damage they have caused. They truly believe they know best. They have all the answers, even when Canadians have to suffer because of it. They think they can wave a magic wand and undo these last 9 years, promising the world and yet letting down Canadians each and every time. Today, we see NDP Liberals paralyze Parliament over documents showing Liberal insiders stuffing their own pockets with taxpayer dollars. This week, we saw the government House Leader call this investigation a witch hunt. A witch hunt? How is it a witch hunt when 400 million taxpayer dollars are at stake? If this government has nothing to hide, why not hand over the documents? Well, the story changes by the week. Last week, Liberals told Canadians they had already handed the documents over to the RCMP. Not to worry at all. This week, they say the Charter of Rights will go down in smoke if they dare show a shred of transparency. Funny how that works. The Ethics Commissioner, appointed by this government, has found the chair of the fund in violation of the law. The Auditor General, also appointed by this government, says there were 186 conflicts of interest involving Liberal appointees giving millions of dollars to their own companies. The Prime Minister would rather put all of his government business on hold to hide whatever is in these documents. This is corruption unlike we've ever seen before in this country. And as I speak on Liberal corruption, I have to reflect on the current state of their leadership. In quiet moments, even Liberal MPs admit they're counting down the days. They're just wishing this Prime Minister would take his proverbial walk in the snow. They know his days are numbered, and they're quietly placing their bets on the next man in line, Mark Carbon Tax Carney. Our friend from Red Deer Mountain View likes to quip, every circus needs its Carney. But Canadians know better than to fall for this bait and switch. They've seen this movie before, one corrupt Liberal swapped out for another with the same disastrous results. This is not a circus, it's the government of this country. When this Prime Minister appointed Carney as a Liberal advisor, he made sure the role was shielded from any pesky conflict of interest rules. No accountability, no oversight, just Liberals protecting their own. But this cozy arrangement is now facing some well-deserved scrutiny, especially after Carney's investment fund, Brookfield, where he serves as chair, has come knocking on government's door for $10 billion in taxpayer dollars.
Point of order, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there are rules to this place. It's Standing Order 43, and I get there's a lot of latitude, but plastic straws, drugs, and Mark Carney have nothing to do with the motion. And so if we're going to not enforce the rules, and then what's the point of the rules if we're not going to enforce them?
The honourable member just talked about exactly what we were talking about. He did veer off a little bit more, and he's veering back. And I like I said, we in the chair give people lots of latitude on different items that we talk about in this chamber. So I would say, for the sake of the 4 minutes left that's remaining, that we allow the honourable member to complete. I see the honourable member for we're good. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
The NDP Liberal Green coalition is strong today, Mr. Speaker, especially after Carney's investment fund, Brookfield, where he serves as chair, has come knocking on the government's door for $10 billion in taxpayer dollars. Yes, $10 billion to get his hands on the pension savings of hardworking Canadian families and seniors. Let that sink in. The same guy who's scheming to take over for the Liberal top job is looking to raid the pension funds of Canadians. And this Prime Minister seems all too willing to hand over the cash. Canadians see through this corruption. They won't stand by as their hard-earned money is funneled into corporate coffers while elites play musical chairs with our democracy. It's almost though that this government would rather wait till the very last day possible for Canadians to vote them out rather than give them a choice. They'd rather sit in power so they can get their pensions than call a carbon tax election, an election where their corruption, their tax increases, and their failed policies will all be voted on. It was just today, during a parliamentary committee looking into this stolen $400 million and over 186 conflicts of interest, that a Liberal MP yelled expletives at Conservatives, asking them to have the integrity to worry about taxpayer dollars. Yelling expletives and breaking down after being asked to give Canadians answers. It seems these Liberals will just do about anything to cover up their scandals and mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read some of the SDTC whistleblower testimony on this subject for Canadians to hear. The quotes are quite damning. I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. Again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation and they find something, or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's there. Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. After 9 years of this government, who can believe them anymore? The results are in. Food price inflation is at a 40-year high. 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks. Many families are cutting back on their Thanksgiving dinners because of Liberal policies that have driven up the cost of food. This $400 million scandal is a slap in the face to all Canadians struggling to afford to feed themselves. I think of the people struggling to buy groceries that this money could feed. I think of the heartbreak families in my communities are feeling. I hear the stories of parents who have to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table. They promise phony programs and deliver no results, big announcements with little to show for it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I draw my remarks to a close. Thank you very much.
When we return, the honourable member will have 3 minutes maybe to finish up, and of course 10 minutes of questions and comments. Comme le temps est prévu aujourd'hui pour le débat.
As the time for debate has now concluded, the House will resume this debate on the question of privilege at the next sitting of the House.
Ordre du jour, concurrence in committee reports, resuming consideration on a motion to concur in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Shaping Our Economic Future, Canadian Priorities, standing in the name of Mr. Morans.
And the floor is free, and the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I was recently in a meeting with over 20 small business owners who are frustrated with federal government policies affecting them. One mentioned how the federal government keeps adding to their challenges, and he said they need regulations that are stable and that small businesses have enough challenges. Another small business owner said they have another business in the United States and they're wondering if they should move more of their business there. That is lost opportunities and lost jobs for Canadians and for the Canadian economy. Now, just recently, Statistics Canada reported that GDP per capita continues to fall in Canada. And things look even worse when Canada's economy is compared to the United States. Oh, I want to mention as well, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time. America's GDP per capita grew by 4.5% since 2022. Now, before this Prime Minister, Canada was keeping up with the United States, and in fact, it was 9 years ago that the New York Times found that Canada's middle class was richer than America's. But the Liberals really have destroyed Canada's economy with their job-killing taxes and wasteful spending. And we've really seen a collapse in productivity. And when we talk about productivity, this means how far people's paychecks go. This relates to not just how hard people work at all, but it has to do with the productivity of a country and how much money people have in their pockets at the end of the month. The productivity gap with the United States now stands at about $20,000 per person a year difference. And something that has affected small business owners and Canadians recently are the Liberal changes to the capital gains tax. And I want to talk about that for a little while. The Liberals were scrambling when facing opposition from doctors and small business owners and Canadians saving for their retirement. And as a result of these investment-killing policies, capital really has been driven out of Canada and Canadians are worse off. And I've had the opportunity at both at the Housing Committee, I've sat in recently at the Finance Committee and also at the Trade Committee, and hearing from witnesses from all different types of businesses, and they're all basically saying the same thing, that this capital gains tax is going to hurt investment. Businesses are already moving to the United States, and it will make home building more difficult. We also know that this job-killing tax is on healthcare, home building, small businesses, and also farmers. Technology companies have been talking about the fact that this will make it much more difficult for them to find investors. And also, according to economist Jack Mintz, the increase of the capital gains tax rate will reduce Canada's GDP by $90 billion, real per capita GDP by 3%, its capital stock by $127 billion, and employment by 404,000 people. Taxing farmers drives up food costs. Taxing doctors means it's harder to find a doctor. Taxing home builders means fewer homes being built. And taxing small businesses means fewer paychecks, and small business owners need to work longer. The Council of Canadian Innovators recently commissioned a survey of entrepreneurs which showed 90% of their respondents believed the Liberals' capital gains tax hike would have a negative effect on the innovation economy. Now, I literally could talk for an hour reading notes and messages from residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country on how the capital gains tax will affect them. I just have a few here that I'll read from. The first one is from a local resident, and he says, "I've owned a commercial unit in Kelowna for several years." He goes on, he says, "I decided that purchasing a Strata unit would be a good long-term retirement plan." And then the Prime Minister introduced the increase in capital gains. It was until he introduced the capital gains. He says, "My accountants analyzed the penalties I would be paying if I sold the property past the date in June. And the additional taxes were so substantial that now I cannot sell my unit until at least 2029. He goes on to say, "So instead of retiring at the age of 71, I can now plan on working for another few years." And then he goes on. Here's another resident who wrote to me saying, "Well, we definitely will be affected. We own a small business and a cottage, both of which we plan to sell as part of our retirement plan. Both will now have higher capital gains tax and will eat into our retirement funds. This means that we will have to work at our business longer to just make up for the tax increase." And then they go on. "I hope this helps build your case for tax reform, and thank you for your efforts." Here's another resident that says, "As a single middle-income mom who has raised 3 kids to adulthood, I am now in the position of needing to assist these adult kids with buying their first homes given the unaffordability." And then they go on to say, "It's simply unfair to change the tax rules without thinking through all the ways that this will hurt those of us who have worked hard for our whole lives, tried to responsibly save for our retirements, and are trying to help our children with the ridiculous unaffordability they are being hit with." I have another resident that actually talks about the CRA. CRA helpline has stopped taking calls due to the volume. When you could get to through the queue, it's a 3-hour wait to speak to a CRA representative. And they go on. So this is why Conservatives has said that within 60 days of becoming in government, Conservatives will name a tax reform task force of entrepreneurs, inventors, farmers, and workers to design a bring-it-home tax cut that will allow workers to bring home more of each dollar they earn, bring home production and paychecks by making Canada the best place to invest, hire, and make things, bring home fairness by reducing the share of taxes paid by the poor and middle class while cutting tax-funded corporate welfare and cracking down on overseas tax havens. We will also be cutting the paperwork and bureaucracy in the tax system by at least 20%. Now, one other thing that I want to mention, since we're talking about Canada's economy here today and the budget, is that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has reports out how there are far fewer housing starts in 2023, in fact 30,000, and as a consequence of soaring interest rates. And in 2023, the CMHC recorded that Canada had 240,000 housing starts, which is down 8% from the previous year. Now, we know that in order to bring back housing affordability and to build the homes that Canada needs, there would have to be approximately 550,000 homes being built on an annual basis. We just completed a study at the Housing Committee on housing, and there was testimony one after the other of developers and people who work in the industry, in the construction industry, saying that there's not a chance that they're, based on the current policies and the current situation with costs and taxes and interest rates and bureaucracy, that there will be anywhere near the homes built that we need in Canada. Now, just in my last minute here, I want to mention as well what has just been released, which is the Parliamentary Budget Officer's updated carbon tax report, showing that most Canadian families are worse off as a result of the carbon tax. We know that life has never been more expensive over the last 9 years. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer also estimates that the federal fuel charge will increase the budgetary deficit by $1.5 billion in 2024-25 and ultimately $4 billion in 2030-31 as a result of the decrease of employment and investment income. We also know that it was previously discovered that internal numbers within the government show the carbon tax will cost Canadians $30.5 billion by 2030. And this works out to about over $1,800 per family in extra annual costs. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we want to have a country where hard work pays off for powerful paychecks and pensions that buy affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods. And that's what Conservatives.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments this evening. And I just wanted to highlight, the idea that this capital gains increase is a job-killing tax. According to an economic report cited in BNN Bloomberg, analysis suggests that favorable tax treatment of capital gains disproportionately benefits the wealthy and does not help the economy. In fact, sectors that earn the most capital gains, notably venture capital companies and investment banks, as well as the real estate sector, together made 52.6% of all corporate capital gains reported between 2018 and 2022. Meanwhile, that sector shed nearly 5,000 jobs during that period. And so I'm just trying to reconcile her comments with these statistics. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I did mention a number of situations from constituents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country, but I really do encourage the member to go to the testimony from the many, many witnesses that have testified at the Human Resources Committee, which deals with housing, at the Finance Committee, and also at the Trade Committee, which all has testimony from many businesses and organizations talking very specifically about how the capital gains tax is going to hurt their business and their industry, and I really encourage her to go and look at all of that testimony.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Personne. Resume debate. No. There being no further members rising, pursuant to order made earlier today, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested. Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And before we go to the end, I just wanted to thank the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. I figure we had 100 different points of order today that we were trying to deal with. He was the only individual that actually quoted a standing order. In accordance to Standing Order 38, motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising tonight to continue to call on this government to get accountability and specifically a timeline on two-way, all-day GO train service between Kitchener and Toronto. It's been over a decade now that my community has heard promise after promise. Here's what then Liberal Premier Kathleen Wynne said to Craig Norris from CBC KW back in May 2014, quote, we're making the two-way all-day go a priority because I know people want to go back and forth. I can't give you the specific dates, but we want to get going on this right away. Well, her party was elected the very next month, and we never got a date for completion from her. Then back in 2017, the federal government committed 40% of the project cost. They put in over $752 million. That's $750 million. At the time, now retired regional chair Ken Sealing was thrilled, as he should be. He said, quote, "It is a strategic investment that recognizes the importance of the Toronto-Waterloo Region Innovation Corridor to the Canadian economy." Well, then the next provincial election came along, and in 2018, here's what Doug Ford said, keeping in mind he now knew about that federal money that was already committed. Quote, "We're going to have the pedal to the metal, and we're going to move forward. We're going to cut all the red tape and bureaucracy and gets in the way of these projects." Well, Premier Ford got elected that year. That was 6 years ago. So much for pedal to the metal. Where do we stand today? After more than a decade after that first political commitment, despite constant political ads from the provincial Conservatives bragging about progress in my community, we have a total of 10 trains a day that go from Kitchener to Toronto and 9 trains a day from Toronto to Kitchener, only on weekdays. Every now and then, if we're lucky, Metrolinx will announce special one-off weekend service on a holiday weekend like the one coming up. Worst of all, we still don't even have a timeline for completion. It means that in my community, folks continue to get left on the platform waiting for overcrowded buses. It could be a commuter, for example. It could be someone looking to get to a medical specialist in Toronto, a family looking to get to a Jays game. One young person even shared with me this past summer that as a queer person, she'd love to take the go to be able to date in Toronto. She wants two-way all-day go for queer love. It's also about the climate. We need to give people more convenient, more affordable, and lower carbon ways of getting around, recognizing that transportation is the largest emission source in Ontario. Now, here's an example of what's possible. The Montreal REM rapid transit system opened last summer. It took just 5 years to go from prep work to doors open on a 67-kilometer line with service every 3 minutes and 30 seconds during peak hours. And while two-way all-day go is, of course, delivered by the provincial government, folks in my community are tired of having different levels of government blame one another. If the federal government put in 40% of the money as they did, they should at least be demanding accountability on the funds. And so, I've written to the minister, almost 2 years of letters now. I've raised it with the minister. I raised it with the Prime Minister a few weeks ago. I'm raising it again. When will this government call for accountability and specifically for a timeline from the province on two-way, all-day GO train service between Kitchener and Toronto?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's nice to be here in a German debate with you and some colleagues. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for the question and the opportunity to talk about the Government of Canada's continued commitment to help build sustainable, inclusive, and climate-resistant communities. I understand that public transit is a foundational element to a thriving community, and I join my colleague in advocating for two-way both directions GO train service, two-way all-day GO train service, I should say, for Milton, because I also sympathize. Milton is in a very similar situation to Kitchener. We have been asking the provincial government to prioritize two-way all-day GO train service for Milton because Canadians depend on the trains and they don't want to sit on the highway in traffic in order to get to work. But the other problem in Milton is that we basically have 8 trains out in the morning, starting early, and the last one leaves around 9. And then those trains just come back in the evening for a commuter-type experience. But if you want to take a train on the weekend, or if you work shift work, or if your shift starts at noon or ends at midnight, you are out of luck. So it's important that we have two-way all-day GO train service, but also reliable all-day GO train service. Right now, Miltonians drive down to Oakville or to the Bronte station to get that service, and that kind of defeats the purpose, Mr. Speaker, because taking the train is a great way to reduce our carbon emissions, but it's also a great way to multitask. When I take the train, I send an email or two, listen to music, I suppose I listen to music while I drive as well, but you know, we all depend on that, and that's why since 2015 we've made substantial investments totaling more than $30 billion, more than any previous government, for more than 2,000 public transit projects across Canada, and that includes Canada's first ever public transit fund, which I'm happy to say Milton will be enjoying, because we're a growing community with over 140,000 constituents now, and they are relying more and more, as we have one of the youngest demographics. So it's important that we continue to invest. And that's also why we launched the single largest ever public transit investment in Canadian history, as the aforementioned Canada Public Transit Fund. So starting in 2026 and 2027, this fund will take an average of $3 billion a year and make that available to help cities and communities deliver better public transit systems for Canadians. The fund will help communities of all sizes maintain existing transit systems and help plan for new transit infrastructure. But as my colleague correctly pointed out, the GO Train service throughout Ontario, or the GTA I should say, is a provincial matter. I'll continue to advocate with my member of provincial parliament, and I know that my colleague has a great relationship with his member of provincial parliament, because they happen to be party aligned, which is quite unique for the Green Party. But the reason that we'll continue to do this together is because it will encourage increased use of public transit, increase housing supply and affordability. It'll allow for people who don't necessarily want to own a car or drive a car frequently to live in a neighborhood that they can afford. It'll improve public and active transportation options for everyone, especially Indigenous peoples and equity-deserving groups. So the Canada Public Transit Fund is made up of 3 different funding streams with the provinces, the territories, and the municipalities. They can all select from various funding options that'll best suit their public transit needs, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps if there's an opportunity for a rebuttal, then I'll be able to explain what those 3 areas are.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really fitting that the Parliamentary Secretary also represents an area along the same line that I've been calling for, two-way all-day GO Train service, and folks in his community would benefit just as much as those in mine would. But I want to reiterate what it is that I'm calling for. In this case, the federal government did the right thing in putting the funding forward back in 2017. And as an investor that's put in 40% of the project costs, to me it's just so reasonable that the investor, in this case the federal government, would demand some accountability from the provincial government that's meant to deliver on the project. And accountability starts with a timeline for completion, which folks in his community and in mine deserve to have that accountability on federal funds. Will he be joining and calling on the provincial government to provide a timeline for completion on the project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And more than that, actually, I've been working with my member of provincial parliament on a plan for two-way two-way all-day GO. There's more than one way to say it, I suppose, but two-way all-day GO is an important priority for both the member from Kitchener and for me. And like him, the federal government has committed funding. And then at various times, the provincial government commits funding, but only when it seems to be politically expedient, Mr. Speaker. And I actually don't mind pointing out to my colleague how that worked. We had a by-election in Milton just recently. Doug Ford wanted a Conservative elected, so he had the Minister of Transport write a letter to the federal government saying, oh, by the way, we're already here to invest some money into both directions all-day GO train service for Milton. It's just a matter of the federal government coming to play, which is kind of ironic because in 2021, Mr. Speaker, we committed that funding. We said, you know, Doug Ford, come to the table, let's build both directions all-day GO train service for Milton, and unfortunately didn't fit his political goals at the time. But very much excited to talk to my friend about more train service for our two communities.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward tonight to have a continuing debate that I've had with my colleague across the aisle a couple of times about carbon tax, and I appreciate the opportunity to have that debate with my colleague. And probably one of the things that will occur tonight, we'll probably both draw from a particular document that was produced by the budget officer today. I heard him refer to it earlier in the day, so we will probably refer to it as we use information to verify our sides of the debate, and I'm sure he will refer to it as well as he has earlier. But just something from it. In 2030-31, taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, PBO estimates that the average household in each of the backstop provinces cost paying more in federal fuel charge and related goods and service tax, as well as receiving lower incomes due to the fuel charge compared to the Canada Carbon rebate they receive. Lower net taxes they pay due to lower incomes. So that would suggest to me that there are people in this country who will get less net back than they receive in rebates. Another one from the report, when the economic impact of the fuel charge is combined with the fiscal impact, the net cost increase for the average household across all income sections, reflecting the overall negative economic impact of the fuel charge. 2031, taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, we estimate the average household in each backstop province will see a net cost, paying more in federal fuel charge and GST, as well as receiving lower incomes. So, another one from it, however, as the PBO has noted, Canada's own emissions are not large enough to materially impact climate change, and therefore their reduction would not materially affect the Canadian economy. And the average, as he had a chart in there, the average cost for an Albertan, they would receive or pay $697, $700 more in tax than they receive back. So that's data from that report. There's a couple other ones out there. There was the Agricultural Carbon Alliance. They sampled 50 farms and showed a total of $330,000 in just 1 month that was paid in carbon tax. Now, if you got 190,000 farms in Canada, that gets to be a big number. What makes it different in my riding is irrigation. And as I've said before, when I met with one particular farmer, an irrigator farmer, he paid approximately $100,000 in carbon tax a year. Saw the bills he had, went through it with him. I've got hundreds of irrigated farmers in my riding. So if you multiply that number, the amount that's paid out in carbon tax from irrigation farmers, there's no rebate on what they use for power to do this, no rebate. It's the piece, and no exemptions. So the irrigated farmers in my area who produce high quality crops, it's huge. So what they say to me, why do the EV production get a $50 billion subsidy when we have to pay a huge carbon tax? So the farmers in my area see the carbon tax as a huge cost to them, much higher than the average farmers. The higher average farmers are paying a lot, but they see the subsidy to EV batteries at $50 billion rather than them paying the carbon tax is really tough for them to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my friend and colleague pointed out, the PBO released an update on his analysis for the impact of the federal fuel charge on Canadian households today. An update because, unfortunately, there was a mistake made. The PBO report confirmed just recently now that when looking at the direct costs of pollution pricing, the amounts actually paid by households in terms of the fuel charge versus the amounts actually received back through the Canada Carbon rebate payments, the large majority of Canadian families are much better off. The PBO report also estimated that the economic costs of implementing the carbon pricing regime, but it does not set these against the large and growing costs of climate inaction or the economic opportunities of moving towards a greener, carbon-free future, nor, Mr. Speaker, does it necessarily take into consideration the enormous social and economic costs of climate change itself. It's a destructive force, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are forced from their homes every summer during wildfire events. In fact, a really alarming statistic that I heard was that over 40% of the world's population displaced from their homes from wildfire were Canadian. Now, that's crazy. Canada's only 0.5% of the global population, but 40% of the world's people who are displaced from their homes because of wildfire live in this country. That's because we're also extremely vulnerable to climate change in Canada. We have a forest that is drying quickly due to warmer summers and shorter winters and less snowfall and less snowpack, less frequent and harder harder to manage precipitation events in the case of Western Canada, where a lot of rain will fall all at once, but then not again for a couple of months. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that carbon pricing has not and will not cost families in the long run. What will cost us is doing absolutely nothing about climate change. And sadly, the Conservatives refuse to acknowledge that climate change is a threat. Some of them even refuse to accept the notion that it's human-caused and that we have a role to play. But what they can't refuse to do is nothing. Canadians won't accept that at the ballot box. Climate change has been an issue when Canadians go to the ballot box, and I think the Conservatives are really underestimating how much people care about fighting climate change. Canadian families stand to gain financially in the long run from fighting climate change with a carbon price. Other countries have demonstrated that, and actually, since it's Nobel Prize season, it's worth pointing out that William Nordhaus, not a Canadian, but a fan of the Canadian carbon pricing system, won a Nobel Prize in economics for his work on carbon pricing and lowering our emissions with that market-based tool. But contrary to the numbers that the Conservatives continue to peddle, the Commission concluded that carbon pricing would in fact boost Canadian incomes on average by $3,300 or more in 2030 than if they took an alternative approach and did absolutely nothing. So nothing is not an option, Mr. Speaker. The global clean energy transition is here, and I will say that that actually matters in agriculture as well. We have been on this topic, my colleague and I, a couple of times with respect to propane-based irrigation. And look, Canadians want affordable food, and they also want low-carbon food. Our agriculture system has a carbon footprint, and it's actually one of the higher carbon footprints in the world with respect to agriculture. There are some unavoidable aspects of that, but a propane-based irrigation system is not as efficient, and it's certainly not as carbon-friendly as other forms of irrigation which are available. And the price on pollution provides a pricing mechanism to steer the agriculture sector towards greener production methods. And because other technologies do exist, Mr. Speaker, which is different than other things that might not be available, it's important for us to demand better from various sectors, transportation, agriculture, oil and gas and energy, that they lower their carbon footprint.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Sorry, I appreciate that propane is not something we use in irrigation, so I'm not sure where you're getting that information. And irrigation doesn't use propane. You need to come out and see the electricity and natural gas they use. It's not propane. So thank you for the rest of what you said. Adapting is what we need to do. But here's a real problem with taxing other levels of government. So I and my neighbor MP looked at the school systems, their buses, the municipalities. We looked at the health systems. We've got tens of millions of dollars leaving our two ridings for a carbon tax. That would be more doctors, more nurses, more teachers, more people having programs in schools for their kids. So taxing other levels of government is a huge problem when we've got tens of millions of dollars that we have been able to figure out has left our riding for a carbon tax. That's problematic, and we need a carbon election.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Carbon pricing has been on the agenda in the last two elections. In fact, my colleague got elected on the promise of a carbon tax with the former leader of the Conservative Party, Erin O'Toole. And, they did turn their backs on climate action. They decided that they weren't going to be a climate-forward party. And you hardly ever hear climate action or climate change from members from the Conservative Party these days. And look, if they're not employing propane-based irrigation in my colleague's riding, then they're using a form of irrigation, that does use fossil fuels, whether that's relying on the energy grid, which is unfortunately high carbon in Alberta, or if they're using natural gas, as my colleague pointed out during his rebuttal speech, then those both have high carbon footprints, and that needs to be addressed. Electricity in Manitoba and Ontario have lower carbon footprints, so our carbon charge with respect to our electricity bills is much, much lower than Saskatchewan and Alberta's are. We need to move towards a no-coal, low-carbon energy grid, and unfortunately, as my colleague pointed out, Alberta's is high, and if he wants to talk about education and healthcare, he needs to talk to Premier Smith, who has hardly ever mentioned those two issues as long as she's been Premier.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received On the 10th of October 2024, I have the honour of stating that the Right Honourable Mary Jane Simon has offered royal assent to the bill in the annex of this letter. On this, the 10th of October 2024, most sincerely, the Secretary to the Governor-General.
To inform the House that the communications received as follows. October 10th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of October 2024 at 1826. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Thanks for that indulgence. We can now go to the final speaker this evening, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to raise concerns about radical criminal justice policies being introduced and considered by the Liberal government. Right now, before the Minister of Justice is a report commissioned as part of the so-called Black Justice Strategy. And that report contains several radical policy proposals, including the decriminalization of a 30-day supply of hard drugs like meth, cocaine, and heroin. The Minister of Justice has not rejected this proposal, as one might hope. In fact, the Minister of Justice celebrated this proposal as, and I quote, history-making and an important milestone. It is unbelievable that the minister would celebrate policies that threaten to flood more drugs into our communities when one looks at our country's overdose statistics. Over 42,000 Canadians, including children, have died from drug overdoses under the Liberal Prime Minister's watch. The policy proposals in front of the Minister of Justice also include proposals to defund police departments by limiting their access to federal grant money and to reduce Canada's prison population through mass decarceration of 30% over the next 10 years. I am pleading, personally pleading, to please reject these policy proposals, that the Liberal government and its Justice Minister would reject these ideas as the harmful ideas they are and not to celebrate them as achievements. We have seen a massive increase in addictions and overdoses since the Liberals began to fund hard drugs with taxpayer dollars. We have seen an increase in crime when the Liberals made bail more accessible to repeat violent offenders. Police officers in our communities, including my home community of Durham, are doing their part. They're working hard to enforce the law, but they are being let down by laws and policies of the current federal government. Police want to do their jobs, but when they arrest somebody multiple times for multiple crimes, and that repeat offender is allowed back on the streets in short order, it undermines policing across our country. How could the minister celebrate a proposal to cut police budgets? Well, there is an ideological problem in the federal government right now. It's an ideology that has moved away from seeing the justice system as a system that ought to keep people safe and punish crime. Instead, there is an ideology running rampant all over this place that wants to weaken our justice system because it regards our system to be oppressive or racist. Some people call this ideology woke or far left. Whatever label you choose or don't choose, I hope we can recognize the system needs to work for the good of the Canadian people. Tearing it down to permit more crime and more chaos will not help any of us, no matter what color you are or where your parents come from. We need a strong system that is accountable, fair, and true to its core mission of public safety and justice. And with that core mission in mind, I return to my plea to the Liberal government and its Justice Minister. Please reject criminal justice policies. Please reject these radical policy proposals. Canadians do not want more drugs flooding into our communities. We do not want violent repeat offenders to have easier access to bail. We want our police to be resourced and empowered to enforce the law. And I ask the Minister to reject these radical policies and to side with law-abiding Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Mental Health Day, which is an opportunity to shine a light on crucial yet often overlooked aspects of our lives, one being mental health at work. This year's theme reminds us that our workplaces must be safe with respect to our collective and individual mental and psychological well-beings. Our work environments are ever evolving and more dynamic than ever before. And as leaders, employers, and managers, we must all prioritize mental health just as we do physical health. Mental well-being is not a luxury. It's essential for productivity, for creativity, and overall workplace harmony. And when employees feel supported, valued, and understood, they thrive. Our government has collaborated with various Canadian mental health agencies to create policies and invest in programs that prevent mental health risks, promote well-being, and build supportive workplaces where mental health is prioritized. So on this World Mental Health Day, I'd like to say thank you to mental health workers of all kinds right across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I was asked to come to adjournment debate tonight to talk about mental health and addictions policy. And, oftentimes those sort of guardrails get a little bit stretched occasionally. But if the Member of Parliament for Durham would like to talk to the Minister of Justice or the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, then he needs to indicate that. I came tonight to talk about mental health policy and measures that we've undertaken to address the overdose crisis. It's also important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that when you're a government, Canadians of all walks of life, whether they are left or, as my colleague might label them, woke, centrist, more far on the right end of the spectrum, even if they're sometimes considered extreme, if they're academics, if they're workplace experts, or if they just have ideas, governments need to be open to good ideas, regardless of who those ideas are coming from. And we should invite good ideas. This place should be a contest of ideas, in fact. And we shouldn't, be afraid to criticize those ideas, but we shouldn't be closed-minded about hearing them either. And it seems as though in this place it's, similar to a debate that happened a couple of years ago where an organization suggested that the federal government consider taxing the equity of personal primary residences. It's a notion that our government soundly rejected. We didn't want to do that. Canadians don't want their primary residence home equity to be taxed. But, since somebody brought it up at a meeting, the Conservatives ran with it and sent out a whole bunch of mail and said, look, these Liberals are trying to tax your home equity. It's not true. And the suggestions that my colleague have made with respect to policy recommendations made by a third party are also not true. I'm also certain that was a large document with multiple recommendations and suggestions. And as a government, we will remain open-minded to the good suggestions from academics, civil service organizations, groups of people, experts, because that's important to do as a government. But, Mr. Speaker, back to the issue of all the efforts that we've undertaken to address the overdose crisis. It includes efforts right across the continuum of care to prevent drug use, to reduce harms, to support people in accessing the treatment and recovery services that they need and deserve, and we remain committed to maintaining public safety throughout all of those enforcement efforts. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 aspects of drug policy and overdose crisis response that are all very important. It's like a table, and without any one of those 4 legs, that table falls down. It's prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. And if any group or party or academic suggests that an effective drug policy can operate without all 4 of those aspects, then they are wrong. The Government of Canada has invested $100 billion over the last 10 years to support provinces and territories to deliver health services, in addition to the $1 billion that we've directly invested to invest in this and address this drug crisis, and will continue to be there for experts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's return to some logic here for a moment. We have, in the last 9 years, lost 42,000 Canadians, including children, to drug overdoses. Some policy report comes across the Minister of Justice's desk saying to decriminalize hard drugs, a 30-day supply of hard drugs. Now, the logical response to that would be no, rejection. We are not going to be doing that. And that is what I'm asking the Liberal government to say. But what did they say when that policy proposal came to their desk? It was celebrated. The Minister of Justice, and I quote him directly, said openly in a press release This is an important milestone, history making. That's not a logical response to a very serious problem. And what we need is specific vision and direction for how we're going to help struggling Canadians move forward, not to entertain more radical criminal justice policies. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we all have a role to play in stopping the spread of misinformation. And the Conservatives, over the last couple of years, have been tabloidizing a lot of things that they read out there in the ecosystem. You know, perhaps news isn't as reliable as it used to be, or perhaps some of the Conservatives are getting their news from less trustworthy sources, Mr. Speaker. But the truth is, on May 17th, 2024, we refused a request from Toronto Public Health to decriminalize the personal possession of controlled substances for people in Toronto, including youth. Health Canada reviewed all exemption requests carefully and thoroughly on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration and account all relevant options, including evidence of potential benefits and risks and harms to the health and safety of Canadians, and it was determined that the model proposed would not adequately protect public health and maintain public safety. Mr. Speaker, that was not 5 months ago, and the Member of Parliament for Durham is suggesting that something way more extreme than that is being considered, and
for their debate today, and also to wish them a happy Thanksgiving. Because I kind of missed a step in our call for the issue that prior, I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. J'ai l'honneur d'informer.
I have the honour of informing the House that a communication has been received stating 10th of October, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of informing you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the bill in the schedule of this letter. Most sincerely, the Secretary of the Governor-General.
Loi modifiant le code.
An act amending the Criminal Code and other statutes. Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts. Bill C-291, an act regarding medical insurance, respecting pharmacare, C-64.
As follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform the Right Honourable that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration of the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of October 2024 at 1826. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. An act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other act in term release and domestic violence recognition orders, Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child